All right, this is the highly anticipated live chat for the Dungeon Masters Guide. And right here with us today, we have just a few of the lucky people that wanted to join us. We had over 53 people who wanted to join. So these are the ones I've selected for now. And there might be a few more people popping in throughout. I believe of all these people, I'm the only one that currently has it. But let's go around and introduce everybody. Let's start with Chepe. Feel free to plug your channel or whatever you want to do. Uh-oh, you're muted, buddy. Or something.
Yep, I was muted. Thank you. Great way to start the hangout. I'm Chepele Pepe. My channel is Swan Trodden, and I have a bunch of different things. There's not really one thing that my channel does. So there you
go. All right. With that, we'll go over to Mitchell.
Hey everybody, I'm Chinho Mitchell, commander of the Heavenly Army, as I like to plug myself as. Anyway, I do a whole lot of RPG-related content. Everything has been kind of slowed down because of college finals. One thing I would like to say to look forward to on Chepe's channel is his Made the RPG. You cannot miss that.
Excellent. Next up is John with Red Dice Diaries.
Yeah, and as you say, my channel is Red Dice Diaries. It's mainly about tabletop, me rambling on about things that I either enjoy or absolutely hate about this wonderful hobby of ours, and more recently doing a fair few sort of hangouts, such as one done earlier today where I try and get a few other members of the brigade online and discuss what I think may be important aspects of the game. And sadly, yes, I do not have the Dungeon Master's Guide quite yet, although I'm eagerly waiting to get it into my grubby little mitts.
Nice. And last, we're skipping Dustin because he doesn't have a channel and doesn't have anything to plug. So we'll move on to Robert Ogre. Feel free to plug your channel and anything going on, man.
Hey, everybody. Robert Ogre, that's the name of my channel. I make videos about RPGs and other stuff, mostly RPGs, but a lot of other stuff too. That's it. And I don't have the DMG yet.
Yeah, nobody else does except for me, apparently.
Of course.
Okay, so before I even get into it, the store, I was running encounters on Wednesday night. They had it behind the counter, and they would not let me touch it. They wouldn't let me look at it or anything. And so, yeah, it was killing me. And then Thanksgiving, I was dying. I was wishing I had it in my hands while waiting for, Thanksgiving dinner and all of that. And then Friday morning, I woke up nice and early at like 5 in the morning, and it was killing me because my store doesn't open till noon. But I went and got it. So it took me 2 hours to get my video up of my flip through Friday for it. So there is a flip through of the whole book. You can see every single page, my initial thoughts. My book actually has some issues with it, which I did discuss in the video. You can't really tell that well on a live chat, but the pages are kind of wavy towards the front, the first few, and some in the back as well. Nate, Dustin, our player Nate, he also has the same issue. And then there's a guy named Justin who lives in another state, I guess, had the same issue.
Good, it'll match my monster manual, because that's what mine looks like.
Oh, it's all wavy, almost like water damage or something?
Yeah, but it's going the other way. Instead of, it's going vertical instead of horizontal. That's okay, I can still read it.
When you went to get the book, did you just show up in the store with a Glock 9 and was like, "Give me the Dungeon Master's Guide! Nobody gets hurt!"
We were joking after encounters that we should like stage a break-in to get the books, but but we didn't. But no, apparently, because I saw Matt Click's video today, his book looked like it was in perfect shape. So I might try and go in the next couple of days and see if they'll exchange it as long as they have a book that isn't like that. But yeah, rumor has it that it's a printer issue. It's not water damage or anything. So don't know. But besides that, the book is really well done. I do have, well, I guess I have another gripe towards the back, but that's more like the glue kind of riding up the page. You can't really tell probably, but in my actual video, you can, I think. So the back page is like glued to the black.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's just kind of weird. But besides that, it's good.
Hopefully this means they'll fix printer issues by the time I get my Amazon pre-order.
No, they have them already.
Right.
Yeah, I'm hoping by the time we get it over here in the UK as well, they'll have sort of sorted out all these teething issues.
Yeah, I get, and they've had problems with every book so far, every single book. So obviously the player's handbook fell apart in some instances. The monster manual had an ink blot on like page 40 something in some people's books. I mean, I'm still happy with everything. I have no complaints. I mean, this, like I said, is fine. But really, come on, 5 books in and you're still having issues. So.
Did anyone else find the the back where they sort of got the half sort of gloss cover and the half sort of like matte finish bit sort of like there on the sort of like player's handbook, which I presume they've carried on the sort of DMG. Does anyone else find that sort of like a bit odd, to be perfectly honest? I'm not sure if there's any like reason why they did that, or
somebody else want to weigh in on that one?
I don't know why they did it. It's pretty cool though. I don't know. I don't think it serves a purpose, but
I certainly think it looks distinctive.
It feels weird.
Yeah. When I first got that player's handbook and I picked it up, it really made me like go, whoa, that's weird. Like I looked at the whole thing, it just caught me off guard. I actually kind of like that they did that, just because it's like so memorable. Like that first time I picked up that player's handbook, you know.
I did wonder whether they'd done it originally, because if you sort of like hold the book, it feels as though like it. I wondered whether it was like a sort of grip thing. So if you sort of pick the book up there, as your hand would sort of naturally fall, that's sort of the area you'd be holding. And I thought, like, how utterly like sweaty have people's hands got to be that you can't pick up a roleplay book without it like slipping out of your hands and like flying off.
After you've been eating like all the chips.
That's it, exactly.
Well, typically people have been slobbering over the idea of this 5th edition book, so I wouldn't put it past people that their hands were either a bit sweaty or something like that whenever they got like.
I kind of wonder over time, will it scrape off? You know.
Oh, I hope not. That'd be awful.
I do have a question. Is the artwork consistent in style between the Player's Handbook, the Monster Manual, and now the Dungeon Master's Guide?
Yes, it is very consistent. However, I do not think the artwork in this is as... well, let me put it this way. The Player's Handbook, I found myself drooling over some of the artwork. Monster Manual, I didn't really drool over it, but I really liked it. And I don't know if it's because it's the effect of the style is wearing off, but there wasn't a lot in this book that made my jaw drop. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I like it, but there's only maybe 2 or 3 that I really like. For instance, and I'll show you guys my favorite. It's on page 7. This is my favorite piece of artwork in this whole book. Or second favorite. There's another one later on, but that's my favorite. I don't know why.
It's very Fellowship of the Rings-esque.
Yeah, it just looks really cool to me. Let's see. I'll find some others that I think are pretty good, real quick. This one doesn't do much for me. It's just looks like something you might see on some, I don't know, at a flea market, I guess. I don't know.
It looks kind of like some of the paintings my grandma's got around the house.
Yeah. This Mind Flayer one, originally I thought was kind of cool, but now that I've seen it a little more, it doesn't do as much for me. Okay. Obviously the cover, before I saw this cover in person, I didn't think it was that special, but now that I've seen it a little better, this guy I really like. I just think he looks awesome. Let's see. They've recycled artwork, so I believe in the starter set they had this. You know, and I hate the fact that companies will recycle artwork, really.
At least they did it with just the starter set, because not everyone will buy the starter set.
Right.
So at least they didn't just do it for like the bestiary, the book, and the player's handbook.
Right.
I've gotten third-party material that uses like the same picture in every single one of the things that they produce, and it's just...
I'm not even going to go there, Juice. You know where I'm going.
Palladium.
They don't just copy artwork; they copy like pages of text.
Yeah.
This one has like some weird pumpkins in it. I don't know if you can see them, but it's a cool piece for being a small one.
I do like some of the artwork where it looks like it's literally like part of the page has been ripped off and it's just showing the artwork.
Yeah,
I do like that style.
They have been consistent with that, and I like that. Yeah, I mean, there's not. It has decent artwork, just none of it. I don't know. It just doesn't blow me away. It's just It's
All
good.
right, Wizards, you heard it here first. You need to work on your artwork.
I like this piece. This Medusa turning a guy to stone is kind of cool, and he's looking at his hand as it's turning. That is a cool picture.
Yeah, it is.
And I said before too, seeing it in person is better than seeing it in videos as well. That's how I've felt pretty much throughout the whole process. Here's a cool beholder.
Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Nothing special. It's got some rings on it, so that's kind of cool. I'm really trying to find there's one page that just makes me go, wow. And I don't even know why. I think it's just the color use.
I was going to say that's not the page where you've like tucked in the receipt with how much the book cost on it, is it?
I only paid $37 for it. Oh, here's a cool one. Yeah, I only paid $37 because it was a Black Friday deal. So I got. In fact, I was really surprised because normally I get money off because I'm part of a certain group out here on Meetup, and so you get a discount. And so when they were like, "Oh yeah, you get 30% off," I was like, "Oh, sweet."
Not to make you jealous or anything, dude, but the DMG will be the first of the 3 core books where I've actually paid cash money for it.
My player's handbook was bought for me and sent to me by Mark Knights, which he has his own blog, and that was really awesome that he did that because I was still running Pathfinder for Nate and Dustin, and just didn't see how I'd have the money anytime soon at that point, and he was kind of trash talking it, and then all of a sudden I was like, "Oh man, you're so lucky, and you can't be talking crap about it." And then he's like, "You want it?" And he sent me a private message. I was like, "Of course I do." And so he went and bought me one through Amazon and had him ship it to me. So that was really awesome of him to do. Here is my actual favorite piece of art, and I don't know why. It just stands out to me, and there's really nothing that special about it. It looks like an alchemy shop.
Yeah, but that's what you should be thinking of when you make like an alchemist style character. It's like there's what you want as your base of operations.
Yeah, it looks cool to me, and I think it's just such a vibrant page that's why I like it so much.
But Nate, detail work.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nate actually has the book. Nate, do you have any favorite artwork, and what are your thoughts of the artwork in this book?
Yeah, generally, I like it. I noticed, like you said in your video, there's a couple recycled ones from the starter set, but overall, I definitely like it. I think in all the books, there are a couple, just like maybe 3 or 4 that I noticed that just rub me the wrong way, and I don't like them that much.
You mean the halflings?
Yeah, they didn't put any halflings in here. Gee, I wonder why. That maybe they listened to some of the feedback. Yeah, there's
did,
some
but you can't see it that well.
Oh,
that
okay.
one picture I said was my favorite earlier had a halfling, but you can't tell because they got it's that part 1 picture.
Yep. There's some oddball stuff in here like this, which I kind of like. I mean, they get into some quirky stuff. So this is about like the planar, like I don't know what it is, like the multiverse. They're talking about other planes, and there's one with like a laser gun in the back. I think that one was even in one of the previews. So they're getting into some of the kind of alternative stuff. But overall, I think it's really good.
Were those pastry men?
That was the Modrons, or
I was going to say, is it the Modron March?
Yeah, they have them in here about 3 or 4 times actually.
Okay. I really
Those
like
sound-
some of the magic items. Like I was just flipping through the magic items, and oh
Yes.
man,
That's the reason I actually want to get the Dungeon Master's Guide. It's supposed to have like a crap ton of magical items.
yeah, it's got
which-
75 pages, I think, of just magic items.
Oh, let me show you guys this real quick. I really do not like this piece of art. It doesn't fit the style of the book, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Look at that
I agree.
dragon. You
Yeah,
know?
definitely. That jumped out at me as one that I didn't like that much too.
Guys, can I stay
Yeah.
up and watch a movie? 'Cause
Hey, Nate, do you feel like the artwork... Okay, so when you had the player's handbook, didn't you feel like the artwork was very impressive when you picked up the handbook originally?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I would say I was very impressed with the artwork, and one of the reasons was because I came from Pathfinder, where I thought I liked the Pathfinder artwork until I saw this stuff.
Right. Do you feel like it's almost not necessarily lost its effect, but you've grown accustomed to it now, and so maybe it, at least I feel like, okay, a lot of the artwork doesn't blow me away now that I'm getting used to it, I think that's part of it.
Yeah, I think that's legit. I feel the same way, I think.
I feel that's a little bit more towards opinion. I'm a fan of the Pathfinder artwork, which is using the cel-shaded technique, and anybody who watches my channel knows I'm an absolutely huge fan of Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, anime.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no, they're
Yeah.
definitely, it's not one that's better than the other, it's just they're very different styles. I mean, the
Yes.
Pathfinder stuff is you know, it's almost more at home in like a comic book, whereas this is kind of like, I don't know, a little more...
It looks like it was actual
It's not
paint.
stylized.
Pathfinder looks like an online comic that you would see. It reminds me something of like Feywinds or can't think of anything else off the top of my head, but like several online comics I've seen drawn around.
I have a niece who can draw anime style really well, except for hands, and so I see it all the time. And I liked the Pathfinder artwork a few years ago, but now that I see her drawing stuff all the time, I'm like, I'm not into the anime artwork much anymore. It's kind of worn off on me.
I still appreciate the Pathfinder books. Like I still like looking through them and just
Yeah.
I think it's great art.
Yeah, they're
I happen
beautiful.
to like the style right now a little better.
The
Me too.
the random encounters for the ocean page, that art looked really good from what I could see in the flip throughs.
Yeah.
Let me.
I was going to show this one. This is one of my favorites, I think. This is Chapter 8, Running the Game.
Ooh, that looks nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super cool.
I was going to ask a bit about that running the game chapter. Obviously, a lot of games, so nowadays especially, all have this sort of running the game. Here's how you can sort of get the best out of your game style of chapter. And there's an awful lot of sort of GM advice out there, whether it be on YouTube, different blogs. There's even whole books written just with that particular theme. I was going to ask for you guys who've read it, how you thought the advice in the sort of how to run a game section, how it sort of stacked up against other games that offer similar advice.
You want to go, Nate? I haven't really read that part yet. I have skimmed through it. Nate may have.
Yeah, I haven't read
a
it
little more.
either. I've looked at every page, but I have
I've
not.
actually read through excerpts of that certain parts of that section, which I'm glad it actually had. It's the round robin. It actually goes into detail how to run a round robin with fate points.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah,
the player.
It talks a lot about different things like awarding inspiration, how you can do it, ignoring the dice, going along with what your players want to do.
The gods must be crazy.
That I think was that in this section? You're probably right, actually. I think it was in this
I don't
section.
know.
Just looking at it, yeah, I mean, it tells you about different ways you can use advantage and
Oh, that-
disadvantage.
Yeah, that might have been actually in the
first-
Dungeon Master's Workshop section. I don't know, because that has most of the modular like variant rules.
Yes.
But I don't remember.
Yeah, the chapter 8 is more about how to run things at your table,
Yeah.
more than like implementing a lot of rules.
Right.
Juice, as a reference to people who would be watching who haven't gotten it yet, it's your videos. You have 2 videos out right now, right? The first chapter
Yes.
thoughts and the flip through Friday.
Correct.
I know Fistful of Dice also has a review out, and Tabletop Gaming also has a flip through as well, but their lighting is really bright, so they can actually see a few of the pictures clearer than yours. But yours also sees certain pictures clearer, so you might want to watch both for the.
Yeah, go watch
reference.
all of those.
Go watch all of those.
Yeah,
That's your-
and watch mine that will be up soon. If you'll allow me to vent for a second, I've had like a nightmare. Part of the reason I got this book early and paid a little bit more is because I could justify, like, I'll put a video up, it'll be good for my channel, right? But I had iMovie just totally go kaput on my MacBook yesterday. It like wouldn't start a new project. It just refused. So I uninstalled it, reinstalled it, still not working. Tried Windows Movie Maker, thought it was all going well. I spent hours on this thing. I was editing. I did like 10 reasons the DMG is great, basically, was what I did. And like I don't know, I kind of went.
Thanks for the video idea.
And then
I was just going to say I'll write that down for when I do get a copy of it.
Yeah.
Don't
And then,
use iMovie. Don't use Windows Movie Maker. Two things good about the DMG. Perfect. Got it.
I thought it was good in Movie Maker, and then I uploaded it today, and I had it private still, and it's like all choppy. It's like so. Anyway.
Yeah,
If it's any consolation, man, I filmed a video a few days ago, and I sort of looked at it, and I was like, oh, it's roughly in sync, but yeah, it's quite choppy, and then realised somehow I'd managed to turn the sort of my webcam from the standard sort of frame rate per second down to a slightly lower frame rate, just enough to make it look like I was doing the sort of robot dance halfway through the video. So I ended up having to go back and film it all again for like a sort of 45-minute video, which.
If it makes you feel any better, Nate, all I have is Windows Movie Maker, and sometimes my video audio just randomly decides to bring me down to a whisper after I upload and jacked up the volume levels all the way high, and I hate Movie Maker. I feel your pain. I got like over 500 videos on my computer made that I can't upload. Hours of work because of Movie Maker.
Gosh.
That's awful.
Let the IT specialist tell you right now. Windows Movie Maker is the poor man's version of the poor man's Movie Maker. It is like the lowest of the low. It's in the title, Windows Movie Maker.
It's free.
It's free and tacked on.
There's a reason for that.
I'm using 9-year-old software, so it works.
Yeah,
It
I
is
don't
coming
think.
out better than Windows Movie Maker currently, 2015.
Yeah, it better. It's Sony Vegas. It's
Yeah.
just like
I have Windows.
5 or something.
Yeah, I have Movie Maker too, and I'd rather like, what you call it, the old Adobe Premiere from 2000 better than the new Movie Maker,
Yeah.
or the one that's on. It comes free.
Yeah, so chapter 8, it does have a lot of really good stuff in it.
Yeah.
You know, it's more like tips for a DM, kind of like what you were saying. But yeah, I mean, to say anything stands out to me, not so much. It goes into like using grids, which, you know, it looks like a lot of the same rules in previous editions, like how to use a grid, how to move on a grid, things like that. Does have, I'm trying to think, I think this is where it says flanking. Yes, it does,
Yeah, it does.
tell you about flanking and stuff.
Yep. I like the combat section. It's got some good. Yeah. And
Nate,
so
did
with
you play
flanking.
4th edition?
No, I haven't played any D&D.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
and I only had done 2nd edition. We own 3.5. My wife used to play that a little bit, and then I did Pathfinder. But most of my gaming experience was through Palladium Books for 12 years or something crazy.
Well, here's a question:
I've
are there cool tables in the back?
No, there
I
are
think there's
tables.
cool tables.
There are
for
tables
book.
everywhere.
Oh, they're awesome. They're awesome.
Okay, so Chapter 8, for example, has chase complications, and they're tables.
Awesome.
So like
yeah.
as you're going through your chase, you roll, like first I'll roll on this chart, and then another sequence, then you roll on the next chart, and yeah, it's awesome.
Mitchell, Chapter 8 has your poisons, by the way. I think it was Mitchell, or was it you, Chepe, who wanted poisons?
I wanted poison. baby. I needed poisons bad.
Yeah, they're
I'm
right
just
here.
hoping.
I'm all about poisons, diseases, and curses. Anything to cause long-term detriments to player characters is definitely my favorite.
Diseases is right there, so same page basically. And right before that's when they're doing their like siege equipment and stuff.
How do
So
they
that's-
do it? Is it just like is it an onset saving throw, and then there's like a time period before you can make another saving throw?
Well, they have 3 different ones that are in here. So cackle fever, sewer plague, and sight rot. Yeah, basically you'd have to. It depends on what it is. You'll have symptoms if you're exposed to it and you fail a DC check. And then each one, it varies when it starts to kick in and you start showing symptoms. So without giving too much away, you know, I'll tell you about one. I think this one was actually I can tell you about all of them because I think they did a preview page of this. So cackle fever is symptoms manifest within 1d4 hours after infection. It's a DC 13 con saving throw. And the creature will take 5 psychic damage, so 1d10 psychic damage, and suffer mad laughter for 1 minute. So, and then it goes on for other things that can happen too on failed DC saves. So, it looks like it gets worse as time goes on. And so the same thing for the other 2. They basically do the same thing. So, sewer plague. DC 11 con saving throw. Takes 1d4 days for sewer plague symptoms to manifest. And then again, that also gets worse, and you'll have to make more DC saves.
Okay, so it's just a description. It's not like a neat format outline like Pathfinder has it.
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, here's the screenshot, and there is a screenshot online of this somewhere. So, I mean, there's 3 all on that page before you get to poisons. So, I mean, there's quite a bit about it.
What I meant was there's not like a specific structure to a disease. It's still very free form.
Yeah, I think it is.
What do you mean by a structure?
Like after this many hours, you have this, and after this, you know, the progression.
I meant in Pathfinder they have a
chart?
Yeah, no, they have like, you know, it says onset, and then it has whatever. It's like a 3-sectioned way of structuring poisons and diseases and stuff. I was wondering if that's how they did it for the DMG, but it looks like they were just like, here's a paragraph about this disease, done.
Well, it's like 6 paragraphs about each one, but no, it does have a structure. When you're exposed, you make a saving throw. If you fail the saving throw, symptoms manifest in 1d4 hours. For example, for cackle fever. You have to be within 10 feet of the infected creature. Yeah, and so, I mean, you would read through it, but then 24 hours later, you make another DC con saving throw, successful save. The DC for the save avoided. Laughter drops by 1d6. So for successful saves, the DC drops every day too. So eventually you can get over it, it sounds like. If you fail it, I do not know. A creature that fails 3 of these over the course of however long gains a randomly determined form of indefinite madness. So cackle fever eventually gives you madness if you continue to fail. Which
This was bringing a little bit from Heroes of Horror from the old 3.5 book.
Possibly. But then, yeah, they have a bunch of so the next page is all about poisons, and then the next page after that talks about going mad, and it has this picture of Jesus. Not really. I don't think so. It could be Jesus.
I've always thought he was sadly missing from most D&D books, to be honest.
Look, he's even got his crown on. This is arrogant Jesus. He's like,
It looks like Captain Morgan. It looks like he's like...
Yeah,
right.
it does look a little Captain Morganish.
If there's any one cure for this encounter, rum.
Rum
but
is the
yes,
best loot.
right. So then it goes into madness, and you have all sorts of tables for madness. So it starts here on the bottom for short-term madness. I'm sorry, I keep getting it cut off by my words. So there you go. And then it goes into some more tables for madness, which is kind of cool. So you can have your characters go crazy.
And they have in the next chapter, chapter 9, like options for adding that as like a main theme to your game. Like you can add madness and honor, I think, as main themes, so that characters either have to maintain sanity or they have to maintain a certain level of honor throughout a campaign.
Do they have rules for like exhaustion and dehydration and things like that?
That's what I saw.
In the D&D?
I saw exhaustion rules in here, but I think that was when I was reading the planar stuff. I think like when they're in Hades, every day they have to do something, or they like make a DC save and they suffer exhaustion, and after so many days, something
I know
happens.
regular exhaustion is in the player's handbook.
Oh,
I
that-
actually
Yeah.
had to research.
Yeah, it's in the appendix, I think, under conditions.
Yep.
And I know that, but I was wondering if there's like dehydration rules and stuff like that, because they've been making hints in the books toward Dark Sun a bit, and I was wondering if they actually put in the optional rule for that kind of thing.
Not that I saw, but it very well could be in here because I haven't read the whole thing.
I would
Yeah,
love
I
them to
haven't.
bring out on as like 50 edition.
Let's check the.
I think if they could erase some of what they bought in 4th edition, that'd be just grand.
I'm just saying one of the two options for sorcerer, and the first one listed was dragon. So I mean,
I don't see dehydration in the index, but I guess it still could be.
I suppose it's a fairly sort of niche sort of thing to be used. I mean, aside from Dark Sun, where obviously being on a sort of desert world, water and the scarcity of it is a big part of the game. I can't think of many other sort of settings or games where we've sort of got to the stage where you're like, I best make sure I carry like enough water on this adventure, otherwise I'm going to start feeling the effect of it. I can't say I've played many games where it's gone into that level, aside from Dark Sun, where it's sort of hardwired into the setting.
well, I found a small food and water section that I had never noticed before until now in the player's handbook. I keep finding little sections like that I keep missing, and I feel like an idiot every time. It's like, is this somewhere?
Yeah, I have that too.
I've still
bringing
do
up
it.
something niche. What?
I still do it too, and like I said, I run like 2 or 3 games a week right now, so don't feel stupid, Chepe.
I was going to say as well, there's a lot of these little things like Cheppy was saying in the player's handbook, where I keep coming across little things and I'm like, I'm sure I remember that was in the Dungeon Master's Guide on like previous editions.
Mm-hmm.
So until they started, obviously there's been the preview pages brought out. When I first got the player's handbook and I was reading through it, I kept thinking, what's left for them to put in the Dungeon Master's Guide? Because so much of what I'd seen in previous editions was already present in different books to some degree. I mean, given that that's the case, you guys who've got the book, do you think there's sufficient useful material in it to make it a sort of a worthwhile purchase for a 5th edition game?
You can go first, Nate, if you'd like.
Yeah, I think there definitely is. My takeaway, which you'll see in my video if I ever get it to work, was that I think that you can do without it. I think that it's possible. I mean, DMs have been doing a great job running the game without it so far, right? But the tools in here, from my perspective, and I'm really new to role-playing games, but from my perspective, like, I would not want to do without it if I was running 5e on a regular basis. There's some valuable rules stuff, and there's also kind of the inspiration stuff, the random rule tables, which are awesome. If I had the Pathfinder Game Mastery Guide, I might feel a little less strong about some of that, but yeah, I think it's definitely valuable. Yeah, that's my take.
My initial thought when I was flipping through this, which you'll see in my flip-through video, is I don't think it stacks. Well, I didn't think it stacked up against the Pathfinder Dungeon Mastery Guide. I still don't necessarily think it does, but after reading a little bit more of it, it's better than I initially thought. As for whether or not it's better than like previous, editions, Dungeon Master Guides, and things like that, and whether it's worth a pickup. I mean, if you've ran games for a while and you have really good Dungeon Master guides, not so much, in my opinion. I don't think you would necessarily want to buy it. Now, there are nice things in here mechanically, but they're all optional rules, obviously. And, like, for instance, I'm on right now, which I was just kind of looking over, is the initiative variance. And so it's called a speed factor initiative modifier. And based on your type of weapon and things like that, it affects your initiative bonus. So, for instance, a heavy melee weapon is a -2 for initiative, whereas lighter finesse is a +2. A ranged loading weapon causes you a -5 to initiative. And then your size also plays a part into this. So a tiny creature is a +5, and a gargantuan's a -8. So that's kind of interesting. I don't think that was in previous editions, but I think they had different. For instance, second edition, I know, based on your weapon, did give you more attacks per round and things like that because of how quick you could be with them. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good things in here, but a lot of it is system neutral, and it's stuff that other games or books have kind of covered in various ways.
Does it give preferences to daggers, the weapon speed, by any chance?
It just says lighter finesse, and so that would be any rapier, short sword, anything small. Would be, and I guess some of those aren't small, but you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so those would get preference. Those all are just a +2. So
that's funny.
yeah, so I don't know if I would use that necessarily. So, for instance, in the game that I run for Dustin and Nate, my wife's character is a rogue, and she already has a high dex, so she's already getting a bonus. So now if I were to say, oh, she's using lighter finesse weapons, so let's up it by another 2, she's always going to go first. She's always going to deal a ton of damage with her sneak attack as she sneaks up in the first round. You know, so I don't think I would use this variant rule to buff her character anymore.
If she's an assassin, she'll crit.
She is too.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So I don't think
hi, Dustin.
But there is some. Oh, you're okay. There is some good stuff in here. I just think if you've got other books and you're already on the fence about buying it, maybe not. If you're going to run a lot of it, definitely pick it up. The first chapter, the only one, like I said, that I read word for word, it's basically like a world-building type chapter, and I think it's fantastic. You know, I read through it. You know, a lot of the stuff I've read before in other books and things like that, or I've seen in some people's videos, but it gave me ideas for all of my games. It made me think about how I do certain things, you know, and so I guess it challenged my thoughts still. And so just that alone is worth it to me. You know, I think it's going to make my games better. So, and there's a lot of that I've noticed throughout this book. So,
I mean, I've got to admit, my personal plan with regards to it, since I've got the Player's Handbook and the Monster Manual, is to get the Dungeon Master's Guide, so I've got the 3 core books, but then I really think whether I buy any, because I'm not running in at the minute, I think whether I buy any further books in the line will be sort of very much based on what they cover and if there's a lot of difference from previous edition books that they did. Because certainly with 3rd edition and like 3.5, there was an awful lot of sort of third-party material and sort of official books that all sort of repeated the same sort of thing.
Yes. Yeah, the one thing I will say that is awesome about this, towards the back of the book, it goes over, and I'm on that now, which is why I'm thinking of it. It goes over how to create your own monsters, how to create your own classes and backgrounds and things like that. So stuff that really probably should have been in other books already anyway. At least in my opinion, the Monster Manual should have had how to create a monster. You know, it does go into that a little bit, and so that's kind of nice, I think. And it also does in this book, which should have been in the Monster Manual, it has monsters by area. Again, that should have been in the Monster Manual. I think everybody agrees on that, but it's in the DMG. So,
yeah, I was a little annoyed by that too, and it's just like I was looking at the Monster Manual, and I think the Monster Manual is like 350 pages, whereas the DMG is like 320-ish, and I wonder if they were just like trying to make the books more equal, like honestly. That kind of sucks,
Oh.
but could be. I don't know. Just because, like, well, we need to bring them all closer to 350 or something. I don't know. Just a thought.
Yeah. Another thing that bothers me about, I shouldn't say bothers me, it surprised me, is there's a section in here that talks about creating like your own classes, and it mentions the Death Domain Cleric and the Oath, or it's villains. It's creating villains, and it mentions the Death Domain Cleric and the Oathbreaker Paladin, and that's it. And I kind of was hoping, I guess, for maybe one or two more, but I was like, oh, okay, like I get one new domain for clerics, and that is it. And I don't know. So that caught me off guard at first when I was flipping through it, but
Did they they had a separate session other than just the evil class options, right? Called creating your own class options.
yeah,
not
they have
mistaken
a
from
thing
there.
about creating them, but there's nothing, as far as I remember right here, there's
They
nothing
didn't give any
about it.
examples?
That
They
was
do.
the examples I
Oh,
thought.
the evil class options were the examples for that?
I think so. Am I wrong, Nate?
Well, I'm seeing, okay, on page 287, modifying a class. Let's see, changing proficiencies, substituting class features, creating new class options. Here we go. And yeah, it's really brief. I don't see anything. Oh wait, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even.
I mean, it's like 2 paragraphs.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, 288.
Yeah.
It asks you questions about it, and that's it.
Right. It doesn't give you any handholding. They're just kind of like, hey, maybe you can create another class. Think about these 4 questions when you do it. Yeah.
Creating a background is more in depth than creating a class.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's that hard looking at the player's handbook to figure out how to create a new class. Right? First level, nothing should really deal much more damage than 1d12, and that's sacrificing something defensively. Right?
Yeah. Right.
Or take something defensively, buff it a little, and then take away a little bit of that offense down to like a d8. That's the general power level of offense and defense.
Yeah.
And then obviously there's other things that factor into it, but you can look at any class in the original player's handbook and figure that out.
Right.
In terms of making a new class, the sort of like the customization options that were built into the classes in like the player's handbook, like if you're playing a druid, you select one of the 2 types of order you belong to. The warrior selects various different pieces. Have they expanded upon those at all in the Dungeon Master's Guide?
I do not see it. I may be under modifying a class.
I didn't really see that either.
Because my one concern with that was obviously it's ripe for sort of potential future expansion to go, oh well, here's a sort of a fighter's book for want of better, almost like the old kit books in Second Ed. They say, oh, here's a lot of extra options you can use for fighters. My only worry was the fact they were going to go overboard with that and sort of do go, oh, like here's 500 slightly different options for fighter, or 500 slightly different druidic orders that you can.
I get where you're going. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to give us more options down the line, because I don't see it here.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're going to try and just cram as much down our throat as they used to do. Mike Merles did I think it was a Reddit Q&A or some kind of Q&A thing, and in that, some of the things he had mentioned, and this is all stuff that somebody had brought back to me. I haven't seen it in person. But they said that he had mentioned, for example, just going with splat books or whatever, or setting books, they are going to do 2 different types of adventure paths a year. The next one after like this Tyranny of Dragons is Temple of Elemental Evil, I believe. Mm-hmm. That's going to be spring and early summer, and then next fall they're going to do something else, right? And those may or may not tie into character options that are related to the setting and the adventure paths.
I thought one was like the setting stuff, and then the other one was like the character stuff as well. Like that's how the 2 books were set up. I can look at the article right now, see if I can find it again.
That would be awesome, Chepe. Yeah, because it didn't sound like they were just going to try and release something monthly, first of all. In fact, I think they said they aren't going to keep a monthly book schedule. And they weren't going to just try and cram a bunch of it down our throat to just keep milking the same thing. So that's how they made it sound from what I heard.
Chepe, you said in the chat that you might want to see like a demo of the world building charts. I'm not really seeing much like. Yeah,
The
in terms of
random
that.
dungeons is huge.
Yeah,
in
those are really cool. But like for the world building stuff, you've got like, you can roll for what cataclysmic event happened in this world. What kind of like you can roll for like a source of conflict, cataclysmic disasters, what invading force, new organizations, extinction or depletion, discoveries, and that's it, I think. But we should try a dungeon. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, there's a ton here under dungeons. Like
Yeah.
it's what, 10 pages at least of tables.
Yeah.
293.
Oh, and here's and on page 73, there's like yeah. I'm just gonna roll some of this. This is creating adventures. This is kind of cool. So you guys okay with I do a little demo here and just roll some stuff?
Go for it, man.
Okay, so dungeon goals. Rolled an 8, which is rescue a captive. Okay, so the PCs have to rescue a captive. Then other goals. Roll a D12. They might also have to successfully travel through an obstacle course to gain recognition or reward. You can roll for a villain. So the villain is, in this case, a beast or monstrosity with no particular agenda. Adventure allies, roll a d12, and an inexperienced adventurer is our ally. Adventure patrons, you can roll for patrons. And maybe who sent us on the mission or who's supporting us is a local ruler. Adventure introduction, that's interesting. Whoops, I rolled a d20, it's a 12. Adventure introduction. While traveling in the wilderness, the characters fall into a sinkhole that opens beneath their feet, dropping them into the adventure location. Then it goes on more detail. There's climax, event-based villain actions, framing events, which are like coronation, an execution, a funeral. So there's side quests, or here's one for a twist. Let's do this. This looks like fun. 9. A twist. The adventurers must cooperate with a known enemy to achieve the goal. So, yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff there. Where's the dungeons at, Lee? You should take a look at that.
You mean in the appendix?
Yeah, is there tables for that?
Oh, yeah, dude. There's 11 pages. It starts on 290 and it goes through 301.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, so we'll start on 290, and I'll let you roll if you want on it.
Sure.
But it starting off, it's like breaking it down the type of area it is and the size of the passage and stuff. Then it goes into passages, the passage width, types of doors and what it's made out of, whether it's locked or not, what's beyond the door. It's all sorts of stuff, man.
It's cool, but it's almost too much detail at times. Like you can roll on a chart for like what baubles are on the desk, basically. Like.
So basically, they took all the intricacy that would go into world building and put it into the dungeon tables.
Yeah. So
yeah,
if you're really rolling for all of this, like, yeah, I can't see that being
chamber
an enjoyable experience.
exits.
But when you're just like, when you're building a world in here and there, you're just like, let's go to the chart. I'm maybe you're having trouble coming up with something like, what will the loot be? What will this, dungeon? What kind of rooms will this dungeon be made of? You can roll for rooms. So basically, like, you can say like, and it's not just dungeons. It's like, well, now they're in like a fortress, and so you roll like, and this room is first. It's the kitchen, and then like you roll again, and like, well, this room will be next, and you can just do that randomly.
Yeah.
The
first page is kind of funny because, like I said, it starts off with the starting area. It gives you 10 options. Then it goes into the passage, which again has about 10 options, and then goes into, like I said, the passage width. Then it goes into just doors, what's beyond the door, and goes into chambers. Now, based on the size of the chamber, when you roll on another chart, you have normal chamber and large chamber, right? Those are the two columns, and it's all just for the amount of chamber exits. So how many exits out of this room are there? So it's just numbers. It's almost like this should have been taken into some software and made to create a random dungeon generator. That's what all this should have been.
In terms of the actual sort of tables for the dungeon generating, I'm not a massive fan of sort of like dungeons that don't particularly make a lot of sort of sense.
Yes.
I got to bring this up. Since you're saying that, how come nobody ever puts prisons in their dungeon?
I mean, they have. Yeah, that's a fair
Where's
point.
the garbage
Is that what
disposals? Where's the furnace room, right? Where are they burning all the trash?
The
Or where
outhouse.
is all the excrement being buried?
But I
Shut
think
down all the
there's-
trash compactors on the detention level.
I think that like here's an example of like the charts. So if you're the tables, if you're rolling for a tomb, like if you're in a tomb, you stay on the tomb, and you're gonna roll, and it's gonna make sense if you stick to that,
They
But if
do
you're
get
rolling,
better. They
if you
do
roll
get
like,
better.
Yeah, you can put together some crazy hodgepodge that won't make any sense. But I think if you stick consistently, like the rooms make sense.
I mean,
certainly.
Sorry to interrupt. I mean, more in terms of the layout of a potential dungeon. I mean, obviously, I've not read the tables myself. So, are you literally rolling for like the entire layout of the dungeon, or is it just like the themes of the dungeon and sort of the dressing of it?
You could roll for the layouts. Like it is giving you a room. Like you roll a d20 and like it's the kitchen. You roll another d20, like it's the latrine. I don't know.
So the first page is very general, and then it goes into more specific. So it talks about the mine, and so the mine has its own table, right? And it's got different rooms, and all of them make sense for a mine. So you could roll them all together so they make sense for a mine. But yeah, and you don't
For
have to
layout.
use them, obviously. But yeah, for the layout purpose, that would still be up to you as a DM to lay it out how you want it.
Right, because I see what you're saying. It very well could make very, very little sense. I'll give you an example. I played in a Pathfinder scenario, Pathfinder Society.
Yeah, don't
scenario,
use me as a scenario.
where the and I wouldn't have noticed, but one of the players pointed it out. Like it was an infiltration mission. We're sneaking into the Cheliax embassy or something like that, and we had to sneak around, and the staging room, it was like a party, they were hosting a party. The staging room where they're getting the food ready was like on the opposite side from the kitchen, And so it was just a little thing that like when that guy brought it up, it kind of broke immersion for a second there. So you would want to think about those things when you're laying out your adventures.
I was going to ask as well that in terms of the table, you obviously said there's like quite a few different tables in the book. Roughly sort of like how much of the book is actually tables?
Most of the book is not tables. In fact, most of the book is like just words, like reading about how to do stuff. But it's all like more like DM advice. It's kind of like watching our videos on YouTube. It's a lot of advice and just things to think about when doing things. That's, in my opinion, how at least half the book is. Then you have about a fifth of the book that's all like just magic items, right? That is a huge portion of this book.
Are there any weapons?
There are no magic weapons in this whole book.
Or just weapons, period?
I'm just kidding. Not really. It tells you how to convert your, for instance, Asian-influenced weapons to the regular ones, but all it is changing the name on it.
Well, yeah.
That's it. So
But
you're not like...
Okay,
Sorry.
well, that's cool. Because, I mean, I noticed, like, a lot of newer people, they look at it and they're like, long sword, short sword, it didn't seem too, you know what I mean? It's very general.
Well, technically, there's no such thing, I think, as a long or short sword. If you talk to somebody who's like big into weapons, and I think
Right.
that's, everyone who just plays games is used to hearing
A
long sword, short sword, bastard sword,
Right,
A long
right.
sword is two
Flamberger.
hands, a short sword is one hand.
According to that Scola Gladiatoria guy, who I watch pretty frequently, he does use the words, but yeah, I think there's certainly a spectrum of like, is this a long or a short sword? Well, it's in between.
Classifications. It's
And
not
if you're a
actual...
halfling, everything's a long sword.
Right.
Except for a dagger. That's actually your short sword.
Right. There's, you get to some pages and there's a lot of tables.
Yeah.
But then you go through some pages that have no tables at all. And it's
Right.
just-
You can easily have 20
Yeah.
pages in a row with no tables, and then you have 2 pages of tables, and then you'll go another 10 pages with no tables, and then you'll have another 2 or 3 pages of tables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's pretty. I mean, for me, I'd say it's pretty hard to quantify it. I do like the under treasure section. There are random tables. My players know this. I try not to just give them treasure based on levels and things like that. I just try to do what I think would make sense when it comes to treasure.
Don't do the 3.5 of the Pathfinder thing where the monsters actually bleed gold.
Right. I try not to do that. And when I did my flip through and I came across it kind of tells you to give a certain... Okay, so it has a table for challenge rating 0 through 4, 5 through 10, so on and so forth. And I hate that. I absolutely hate that. I guess... But see, I think I'm reading into it a little much, too. It's not saying you have to give them treasure, but I think it's trying to say that this is the treasure that would make sense if they can beat a CR of this level. And so maybe then you want to roll on this table. But
You don't have to do anything, Juice.
I
You
know.
don't have to.
I like the tables, though. I do like them. I more so like the tables that talk about the different gemstones. I love that whole page. And it goes from gemstones to art objects, and each table is based on their value. I like that a lot.
Don't give them any treasure. Make them fish and hunt and sell it.
Oh, I don't have to give them treasure, and Dustin in here will find a way to try and profit from it.
That's because people like to steal all my shit.
Don't feel bad. I like to pick pockets of zombies and skeletons.
Yeah, no, he got pickpocketed while sleeping.
I wouldn't call it pickpocketing. I would call it jacked.
Yeah,
I got rolled pretty hard. I got left with absolutely nothing.
Just found a magic sword, and then Lee snatches it away.
Same day, or no, it was the next session, or was it? I think it was the same session. Like I think you guys did something with it that morning. Yeah. I don't know.
We decided
but
not
yeah,
to
so
keep watch at night. That's what we get.
Yeah. He griped. He's like, I don't even want a sword, this kind of great sword. And I think I said it gave him extra potency against demons or something. He's like, I don't even want a great sword that does extra damage to demons. I was like, okay. So then later on, he sold his regular great sword. So then they're sleeping after killing more innocent people.
They were not innocent. They attacked us first.
No, oh yeah, that's your story. Yeah, they were fighting a giant ogre in the woods, and so the one guy turned around to run away from the ogre, and Dustin took his greatsword and decapitated him, just out of nowhere. So, anyways, there was a drow that I set up in the scene that I had eventually disappear halfway through the battle, and I had it up in a tree, disappeared during the battle. After they destroyed all those soldiers and the ogre, they went and camped. So all my players, except for him, decided to sleep in a tree because they're like elves and stuff. And he's like this big burly fighter, and he's like, I'm just going to sleep in my armor on the ground. Okay. So I had his backpack and his greatsword taken by this drow.
Yeah, and if I hadn't slept in my armor, that would have gotten stolen too, so...
Yep.
And now he always sleeps with his sword like this.
I don't need
anymore.
to.
Yeah, now he's an Eldritch Knight.
Exactly. I bound it, so I can just wave my hand and it comes right back to me. So let somebody steal it. It'll give me noodles.
Yeah.
And they said that feature was useless.
It'd be more scary if you went to sleep in your armor and woke up and they'd still stolen your armor.
Right.
Man, how much of a heavy sleeper do you have to be to the point where you don't even realize somebody's jacking your shit right off your body?
And we have, I think I'm the only human in my party, so everybody else is elf, half-elf. Apparently nobody pays attention while they're on watch. They're just sitting there playing
It was
with
dark,
themselves.
no light, and I used
right,
passive perception. And then with him, I actually gave him advantage on the passive perception, and I still rolled higher. I don't remember what it was because it was a few sessions ago, but I still rolled higher. And I was like, oh, sweet.
Cheated, is what he's trying to say. He
I guess
cheated.
that dark vision wasn't working.
For the record, I
days
am
for
a
me.
human. It's just that I'm a hippie tree hugger. So I was in the tree
Who
for that
burns
reason.
down half the forest?
And then doesn't put it out.
Yeah, there's that. Hey, I'm learning to role play. Still learning.
With the bonded
called
weapons from the
conflict,
Elder Scrolls,
man.
those are one
It's
of
a
the
flaw.
coolest things I've ever come across, and I think are like one of the best things to roleplay fluff as, just summoning your weapons.
Hmm. It's not even fluff. I mean, if you have like covert missions that you can't take a weapon into, okay, no problem. You get inside, I summon my weapon, like simple. But Dustin, serious question that I don't think I've asked you. Did you take Eldritch Knight strictly because I stole your sword?
No.
Okay, just checking because that would have been
As
awesome.
I discussed in the beginning, when I was trying to figure out what kind of character I wanted to go with, I wanted to go with the sorcerer rogue, but we had somebody that was currently wanting to take that arc, so I went with the fighter, and I wanted some ability to use some kind of magic because I really liked the idea of buffing with mage armor and shield, but this was prior to us switching over to 5e, when you could still use mage armor and shield to further buff your AC, because it didn't have the complications that 5e brought with it. So that kind of twisted my entire concept, but yeah, it's still fun.
You mean balance?
Yeah, exactly. It stopped me from, beasting out with a superior AC, which I'm still angry about.
You still have a good
20?
AC.
Max of 20 stat? What?
Yeah, what? I think your AC is like 16 or 17.
Yeah.
And then you also have like the heavy armor master, so you got damage reduction.
Oh
which
yeah,
has
the
saved
damage
your
reduction
ass.
has saved us so
Yeah.
many times,
That is awesome.
Yeah, I definitely like it.
despite Lee's.
Damage reduction 3 to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing weaponry.
Yep. Anything non-magical, basically.
That's where diseases and poisons come in handy.
Don't
There we
give
go.
him ideas. You were
Now
not.
we
Exhaustion
Well, speaking of which,
and
no, I'm just
exhaustion.
kidding. I'm on this page, right? And
TPK.
yeah, right. Well, that already happened in downtime. Roll up new characters.
Great.
I think you called me a cheater, right? No, I'm just
That's
kidding.
right. Next session we just all re-roll characters.
Yeah, he
I heard
rolled
about
for it on the DMG last night. Just whoa, TPK. Whoops.
Right.
What's this? A random party deaths table? Don't mind if I do.
Where
on the
is that?
cataclysmic event table. Everyone's
With
dead.
all the humor they had in the DMG and Player's Handbook, you think they would have put that in there.
Mm-hmm.
There is the
Sphinx and the
disclaimer. Lee,
bestiary
I'm
look
glad
like
you read
frickin'
that.
Mufasa.
You're glad I read that in my book?
Yeah, because I didn't notice it. I was like, oh man, that's hilarious. Yeah.
I don't think I read it in my other videos, unfortunately.
Yeah, you should have.
I should
Yeah,
have.
my players
stuff.
have learned to fear whenever I pull out my percentile die because I've been playing too much Palladium, and I just start jingling my percentile die around.
Oh,
And
last night when we were playing with my in-law group, I decided to pick up like 10 dice while they were all talking about something and they weren't paying attention. And I started shaking them, and then I rolled them, and I just looked at it. I basically followed the advice of just shake your dice and roll them and look at them quizzically. So I did it last night while they're all distracted and looking around, and then I hear one of them go, "Oh gosh, I think we're in some trouble now, guys." And I just was like, I don't know.
We'll see.
It was funny.
Actually, I rolled out.
like before you roll, we'll
Survive.
find out.
No, one of the things I really like that they have in here is this mixing potions table and scroll mishaps table. I think that's really awesome. You know, because before, I mean, I don't know how you guys did scrolls. I always did it as you read it and it worked, or it just didn't work. But this is kind of cool. So.
Well, you see, there's certain types of scrolls that did different kinds of things depending on your check.
Right.
Some have arcane rigged security systems that would drive you mad or make you go blind. Like in
Right.
my case, in this recent AJ Pickett game.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
here's a good
Lord.
one. The spell affects a random location within the spell's range. I think that's pretty sweet. Doesn't tell you who it affects, so I guess that would be my choice.
It's up to the D20.
Live in fear.
Right. A surge of magical energy deals the caster 1d6 force damage. I mean, the scroll one only has 6 options, but they're good. The
This, I
potion
think,
one.
is inspired from the second player's handbook from 3.5. They actually had a whole bunch of stuff, especially for wizards and booby trapping your spell book.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was like this whole bunch of things you could pay money to inscribe stuff on your spell book. And my favorite one I came up with was a Gios. If I knew the spell, I could inscribe it into the first page of my spell book. So if somebody stole it and tried to read it, they would have the Gios placed upon them with the spell specifying, find the wizard you stole this from, return it, and then complete a quest that he has given you.
That's awesome.
That is.
It's all about the explosive runes, man.
Explosive rooms.
That's the second page.
Or
That's if they
runes.
make the thing.
There is definitely a lot of stuff in here I like.
I would like to ask the least interested thing in this group, right? Social checks, role playing and that thing. I know none of us really care about that. That is farthest from our mind right now. But I'm kind of curious about the social rules, like how they actually, because they had optional social rules in the Dungeon Master's workshop portion, correct?
I don't remember seeing that. Do you remember, Nate?
I
No,
thought
I
that was in the
don't.
table of contents. They had like a social schniz. I haven't looked at it in a while though.
You're probably
Okay.
right. Unfortunately, I have not read that yet.
As I said, it's the least important thing in our mind right now.
I'm flipping through.
And
I think it's always one of those things with social checks, isn't it? That you can sort of get by without them almost. So
263. It's probably just a way you can use your skills. I'll double check though.
I was wondering if they actually added a social interaction system, because they said that's one of the pillars of D&D, and then they didn't really do anything with it in the past 2 books other than mention role
I
playing.
think that's mostly then up to the dungeon master. I always do it where I'm trying to get my players into this, but they always seem to like, we just want to kill shit, and I'm like, I want to tell a story.
We like killing stuff in our game, right, Dustin?
There's nothing wrong with
You
it.
always come to me. I'm not the one that said, let's follow the giant bloody footprints and then kill what's ever at the end of the trail. That wasn't me. That
then
was
all
a
the people it was
sadistic
fighting.
little no. All right, I just went along with it. So it's
Right. I was trying to overcompensate.
searching for death.
I was
even
just
though
curious.
I'm the one slipping towards chaotic evil, but that's
No, you guys have righted the ship, I would say, so far. Last couple sessions.
I'm trying very hard to be better.
Because they have honor, right? So that's kind of a
Yes.
social system.
That is in here, so is sanity.
Yeah, I don't.
Do they have like prestige or anything like that? Because there's plenty of old versions of D&D that had stuff like
No. So it's got 2 new ability scores, honor and sanity. There's honor checks and there's honor saving throws. There's sanity checks and sanity saving throws. So if your campaign involves cultures where a rigid code of honor is part of daily life, consider using an honor score. Sanity. Consider using the sanity score if your campaign revolves around entities of an utterly alien and unspeakable nature, such as Great Cthulhu, whose powers and minions can shatter a character's mind. So that's how they're kind of incorporating other, I guess, mechanics. But
I would
yeah,
incorporate that into certain background in classes, like say a paladin who has the knight background. I would definitely have them roll up a honor stat.
right. Yeah, so they can avoid an accidental breach of honor or etiquette with an honor saving throw, resisting the urge to respond to goading or insults from an enemy. So again, instead of letting your player RP though, now you're having them roll to determine how they react.
So
to
is-
something.
So what's the social system like on 240? Is that on 240? Is that what that is?
I'm on 264 with this.
240's chapter 8. Let's check it out.
The social interactions thing? Because I know we're all into social interactions. I know that's what
That's just
everyone
all about
thinks of.
inspiration.
The incredible intrigue of D&D is what everyone thinks of when they think of Dungeons and Dragons.
That's all about inspiration.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
So that's not, and in fact, it doesn't even say anything about social interactions necessarily.
This talks
I mean, I'm
about
sure.
role playing.
Yeah, role-playing, heroism, reward for victory, genre and emulation, players and inspiration. I think I'm pretty close to what you're actually looking for, but I don't know. Adventuring options. Oh, maybe not. The gods must be crazy. Is that what you're talking about?
We were
No,
talking about that
What's
earlier.
around
that's what Mitchell was.
Yeah, that's plot points. Using plot points. So.
It says right here on the table of contents, social interaction 240. So I guess that's just a thing on role playing.
That was just a thing on inspiration.
Let me see.
Like social in there.
My table of contents doesn't even mention 240. It goes 237 is using ability scores. 242 is exploration.
Yeah.
What table of contents are? Do you have a link to what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's the link to the. It's like the preview they gave. So I guess they switched it up.
Yeah, they must have. Yep,
They
'cause
got
this
rid
one-
of social interaction, which was one of the three
Social
pillars that they
interaction,
talked about.
244 through 246. I'm looking in the very back. So
Oh, yeah,
244 through
244.
246.
Yeah.
So they've obviously
Foreshadowing.
shuffled things around. Good catch.
Yeah.
So social interaction. Okay.
I was just
Let me look
wondering
at this
if they
for a
actually
minute.
added a system to it.
Players, it refers to the player's handbook. Okay, so they did kind of. So there's a starting attitude. Choose the starting attitude of a creature and adventurers are interacting with, friendly, indifferent, or hostile. Okay. Then play out the conversation. Let the adventurers make their points, trying to frame their statements in terms that are meaningful to the creature they are interacting with. Changing attitude. Determining characteristics, and then a charisma check. Then, conversation reaction. And then it tells you the DC. So a friendly creature's reaction, it gives you the 3 options. Indifferent creature's reaction, 3 options. So it's like a random roll to determine how they perceive what is told to them. So it's completely random.
Oh.
But it will obviously be better. I mean, the 3 choices are better if it's a friendly creature, and they're terrible if it's a hostile creature.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so for instance, friendly creature's reaction, you have a DC 0, 10, and 20. The creature does as asked without taking risks or making sacrifices. The creature, this is now 10. The creature accepts a minor risk or sacrifice to do as asked. DC 20, the creature accepts a significant risk or sacrifice to do as asked. So, I don't know. I don't really know how that works without reading.
It's more just kind of
pages.
framing social checks in general. That's what it
Yeah.
seems like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll do that, like I'll roll to determine how I'm gonna, like if I'm on the fence about something. But most of the time I just go with what I think the NPC would say or feel.
I was just wondering because I thought it was hilarious that they named as like the 3 pillars of D&D. It was combat, then it was exploration, which is kind of
And
true,
then social
and
interaction.
then social interaction, and then they don't actually have like a real social interaction system.
Right.
Like they are really expanded. At least they
Well, I
included role
think
playing
their
in this
point-
edition.
Yeah, I don't think their point is that it needs the 3 pillars of D&D are about mechanics necessarily. A little bit,
Yeah.
but I think the point is that any game it basically has all 3 of those things for the most part, or should have all 3 of those things to be a well-rounded game. I think that's the point they were trying to make with that.
Right, and I don't think you need to have a system for social interaction. It's just kind of that's
Right.
part of role playing, and I mean, yeah,
You still have it, like you still have a charisma and diplomacy. I mean, you have different things, insight, but you don't. I mean, how much further in depth do they really need to go? It says right here, for example, after that, other players can aid the check with their charisma and things like that. And then it also mentions some situations might call for multiple checks. I guess if I wasn't having any combat in my session, I'd be like, hey, we're going to roll some dice tonight, so I'm going to use some social interaction dice. But I think that's kind of, no offense, I'm sure people out there do it, I think that's kind of boring. Like, oh, I'll roll to see if they agree with what I'm saying.
Juice likes swords.
I love swords.
That's what Juice
He
does. That's why his name is Juice, because he likes to see the juices flow
I like
out
to
of his
spill
enemies.
I like to spill the juice.
The red letters on that logo.
The crimson nectar
Yeah,
spews out on his logo.
I do like that. I lean more towards hack and slash, but I was talking about this in one of my campaign recap video from my game tonight, towards the end. I said in there, I think I fall between the two. Like, I will be completely bored at a session that's all combat, and I will be completely bored at a session that is no combat, right? I'm somewhere in the middle, and I think I lean towards the hack and slash. But, yeah, so I don't know. I love fighting things and getting cool stuff.
I think
That's why I don't give
of,
anybody cool stuff in my games. Duh.
I think in terms of like social interactions and roles for actual social stuff, talking about this with people earlier, it's one of those useful things where it's quite handy if you've got someone who's maybe playing a social character but out of character. They're not the most sort of socially adept person to be able to actually sort of put that forward in just like an actual general conversation, so you can just sort of get a bit of an outline off them and say, oh well, yeah, make some rolls on your diplomacy check or whatever it is, and then sort of run with that. So I think it's nice as a quick sort of shorthand for things like that. But I agree, if you were just doing like rolls all the time to like see if people agreed with you, it'd be like boring house basically.
Yeah, like I'm fine with, like, for instance, if somebody doesn't get comfortable talking in character, I'm fine with them summarizing what they say. Like, oh, my character says that, something along these lines. Okay, well, in that case, I'm gonna make you roll because you weren't actually acting it out, probably. You know what I mean? Or and I won't do it all the time, but I'm more likely in that situation to have them roll for it than if they were acting it all out. Yeah. So. Yeah, but yeah, newer players you have to do that with a lot. It seems, in most situations.
Yeah, I think it's good to make make people roll for, charisma checks and diplomacy checks and all that. Just not overdoing it when you're, if you're in a conversation and you're trying to convince someone of something, and you roll 3 times to convince, like, well, let me try this argument, let me try this one, let me try this one. It gets a little old. It's kind of a good thing to culminate, maybe. You've made 3 good arguments, now let's roll to see how this person reacts.
Right, and because they were 3 good arguments, I'm probably going to give you, I'm going to lower the DC or something.
Absolutely.
Or just give advantage. The beauty of advantage.
Or you give them inspiration for playing in character, and then just knock the DC down. That's how I'd do it.
I think as well the same can also be sort of true in reverse. Like if you've got someone who's really good at sort of having a conversation and sort of getting that whole sort of diplomatic point across just by talking, but they're playing some sort of like loincloth wearing like half-orc bruiser who sort of like walks around carrying like an ogre's thigh bone and can speak only monosyllabically, and then suddenly they get to a social situation and they're like, well, let's sit down and iron out this treaty between like the 9 kingdoms. Again, I think you'd be quite justified there in going, oh, or I can take the gist of what you're saying, but we're going to need like a roll with your no doubt pitifully poor charisma score.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, some highfalutin lawyer is on Saturday nights playing a half-orc barbarian,
With a 6 intelligence
Yeah.
and a 7 charisma because it doesn't help the barbarian. Yeah, that is really bad.
I'm not sure.
I'm playing in a Savage Worlds game that kind of does something that not peeves me, but it's a little odd to me, and it's kind of along those lines. We're in a town that's very like prejudiced against monster races. And we have one human in the party who actually happens to be our leader. It's a player in the group. But he's our leader and doesn't do the talking for our party in this town, which blows me away. We have a goblin, like sorcerer type character. Just because she has a high charisma score and how Savage Worlds does a lot of social roles, she does all our talking. even when we're talking to racist, bigot humans in game. And I never understand that. I just think it takes me out of it, and I feel like this is a waste of time and it's stupid, because there's no way that she should be able to convince these people to help all these, in a lot of these situations, these monster, merchants and stuff. Because that's normally what we're arguing with them about. There's no way they would listen to her, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, she has a high charisma and she makes her rolls and succeeds, but it ruins it for me, I think. Sometimes it's okay. But yeah, so do you guys have any other questions in particular?
I was going to ask, what did you think about the fact that they've released the books in a slightly different order to what they have done in the previous editions? I mean, previously it's always, as far to the best of my knowledge, been sort of the Player's Handbook, the Dungeon Master's Guide, and then the Monster Manual sort of right at the end, whereas obviously they've kept the DMG till last with 5th edition. So I was wondering whether you thought that was a particularly good move, or what you think the reasoning might be behind that, if you had any thoughts on that.
Speaking for myself, I'm glad they did it this way. And my reasoning for that is because for instance, with Pathfinder, I went out, once I got into it, I bought a ton of books at once. And so some of them I've just never read. And so that was like the downside of getting into Pathfinder so late. Whereas this, I was able to read the Player's Handbook at my leisure, well before the Monster Manual came out. Then when the Monster Manual came out, I was able to read through that really well. And now I feel the same way with this. I've already read the other two now. I know how the game works, and now I can add onto it with stuff from this if I choose to. As opposed to having it all thrown at me at once, trying to incorporate all this together without having the foundation yet. So personally, I like it, and it also allowed me to buy some of the books, whereas if they all came out on one day, I probably would have never bought them. The one guy, like I said, bought me the Player's Handbook, and at the time I couldn't afford it. And so, so I think it's good that they did this because it allowed some of us to save up money for the next one and the one after that. So I think that's a plus.
But in terms of the Dungeon Master's Guide coming out last, like that, to me that made sense. I think, and maybe it's, in terms of the books, it certainly is the one that if I could do without one, it would be this one. It would be the Dungeon Master's Guide. Just because and maybe it's because I've just seen, people run. I haven't actually run 5e myself, but I've seen so many people do it well without it,
Oh, thank you. No, I'm just kidding.
It's true. And yeah, so I think it's the least essential, and it makes sense to release that last. Maybe that's a testament to the fact that this isn't the best book. I don't know, but I love it. I do. It's good. I'm glad I got it.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, it just seems like all you really need would be the Player's Handbook. I mean, if you had to only have, you can do it all with the Player's Handbook if you needed to.
You can. They have the monsters, some of them in the Player's Handbook.
Yeah. And you could always just use classes.
That too. And on top of that, they also, for instance, they had the pre-PDFs of all three already. They had the Player's Handbook, PDF, the DM's one that also included the monsters. And then you can also get the Horde of the Dragon Queen and Rise of Tiamat companions for free through their website as well, and those include monsters and stuff too. So there's plenty of free stuff out there. You can also, if you choose to, take previous editions or even other games' monsters, figure out just by looking at it roughly how hard it is, and just write some numbers down on a piece of paper and run it. It's not hard to say, oh, it's got this for an AC, this for hit points, and it's strong, so I'm going to give it a +3 on strength. It's not very dex, doesn't have a good dex, so I'll say -2. I mean, it's really easy to do that, and then make your saving throws based on that.
Right.
So you're right. You wouldn't need a monster manual or a DM guide at all, really.
I mean, that's all right. Well, here you go. You got the Player's Handbook and then you have the monster manual, which makes it easier because everything's statted out for you. How does the DMG make it easier to run a game? That's a good question.
That's a really good question.
Because that's kind of the reason why you buy it.
You know,
Well-
it makes things easier that aren't so much mechanics, I think. Just looking at it, for me, this makes prepping easier from a campaign standpoint and things like that. You know, another thing for me that this makes easier for me, I like when I sit down to plan like a session or a campaign or adventure. A lot of times, and unfortunately, these two have suffered me at my worst with very little prep. Unfortunately, but a lot of times I'll roll for something to inspire me on a random table, and I usually use my my DM binder I made a while back, which has a lot of Pathfinder stuff in it. And from there, I will then go, oh yeah, okay, I could do this and this and this, and then that's kind of how I flesh things out. You know, so in that sense, this book helps me because there are a lot of things in here that can help inspire me, such as a treasure table, such as types of government for cities that you can roll for the type of government for each city in here. You know, has the different forms. So, like, say they go to a random town that I haven't really statted out, I can just go, okay, roll, come up with something right then on the spot. You know, I can just blatantly rip certain things out of this book to help me with that.
Right. So it does make things easier. You're welcome, Wizards of the Coast.
Yes, it does. But I feel like every book really does make things easier.
Right. I'm getting it. I mean, I got it on order, so.
Oh yeah, it's worth it. It is worth it, definitely. You'll like it.
Oh yeah, I gotta have it.
It's
I gotta
a
have
good
the
read.
three. It's the holy trinity.
Yes. Go ahead, Mitchell.
I gotta
is that
ask,
you?
what are some of the books you guys are really looking forward to for them to re-release? Because mine is the Spell Compendium and the Magic Item Compendium.
I thought
I
the
don't really have
DNG is the magic item compendium, is what it looks like from the sheer number of pages that it's devoted to it.
Right. Personally, I'm not really looking forward to any re-releases or anything. You know, I have the 3 books I want. I'm sure I'll want more. I was telling Nate this when we were standing there buying our books the other day. I am leaning towards wanting to buy Horde of the Dragon Queen and Rise of Tiamat really bad. But I'm holding off just because I don't think I'll ever run them. You know, and back to this book just real quick before we even answer that question. This book is the easiest one to sit there and just read over all the books. It's way better than reading a monster manual or the player's handbook. So worst case scenario, you can sit there and provide yourself with a week of reading and be completely happy. So
I don't know. I would say I think I like reading the Monsters Manual more, to be honest with you.
really,
I think I could
Wow.
learn more from here that would be useful for me. But in terms of like, and maybe it's because I'm pretty new to D&D. Like the Monster Manual, I just find fascinating learning about like the different cultures and of these creatures and the environments and yeah.
I disagree with you in the sense that it's not useful to read that. The monster manual is very useful, especially if you know you're going to use those monsters ever. Now you can, you know.
Yeah.
So essentially, what you're trying to say is that you're not like as old and jaded as we are.
Yeah, sure, maybe.
He hasn't owned enough monster manuals to be jaded.
There
I
you
think
go.
that's what he's saying.
Hey, I'm with you, Nate. I played
I like
games
the
for a long time, but I am completely new to D&D. I don't know why I've never played it. I just never have. And like, this is my jumping point for D&D.
I'm still
this
fairly
edition.
new to D&D, in my
Yeah.
opinion. You know, no more than 2 years into fantasy games, really. Besides video games, I love fantasy video games, but yeah, it was like 2 years ago when I started getting into Pathfinder, and then, or actually Palladium Fantasy, and within a month or two when I bought all those books, I just decided to start buying Pathfinder. I bought a ton of those books, and yeah, so
I need to sell my Pathfinder stuff so bad.
I'm selling mine too. I have a bunch to sell. I sold $98 worth. So that's how I got my monster manual or my DM's guide.
Oh, Juice! I got I've had the article for the release schedule, in
Oh,
the
yeah.
chat right now. It was on Tribality.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
How far forward does it go? Not very far, I'm assuming.
Decently far.
2018.
It's more speculation, but it gives you a general idea of what it would look like.
Nice.
So there is a player's handbook and a setting handbook, essentially, for each world setting that they're doing, or part of a setting that they're doing for each adventure path.
Ooh, I see Greyhawk on the menu here for 2016 to 18. I'm kind of
Wow.
interested in that.
Remember, you gotta double check which one's speculation and which one was actually mentioned in the interview, because some of
okay.
that is speculation.
Yeah.
Right, like it says clearly, already in development, for example, for some of them.
Mm-hmm.
I am really interested in Planescape.
Planescape. Yeah.
Are you? See, I'm not into the whole, because that's a little gonzo, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a little over the top, not
Yeah, but-
traditional fantasy, basically.
Well, you know.
No,
That's what I like.
I ask because I'm not real familiar with all the settings. So-
Yeah, it's like that's what SR2 Joker. That was his. That's what he used for his meat grinder at BrigadeCon.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, different planes of existence, and there's a lot of dark stuff, and you know, I'm just, like I said, I'm new to it too, and once I saw that setting, I was like, whoa, that looks like something I'd be interested in. I've been really looking into that.
Yeah.
I like the idea of Planescape, where if you have a whole bunch of setting books, it's literally the setting of Planescape is, all these other settings, they all connect here.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, okay, so one of my big things, I am not a fan of planar games, I guess. And I think it stems from the original Dragon Age and the Fade. And if any of you have played that, you know how annoying that part of the game is.
Yep.
And I think it stems from there. I don't know. But yeah, I've never been into the whole, hey, you travel to another plane and here you are for however many sessions trying to find your way back home or to rid an evil or whatever.
Yeah. I think
To
that
mix
was
it
a
up.
bad example. That's just bad game design. It was just boring and ugly.
Oh, it was. It was. And so I'm afraid to do it.
They do have this cool picture, speaking of the... where do I go? There we go. Yeah, just kind of the planes. It's a more artistic approach, whereas I think it was the Monsters Manual or it was the Player's Handbook, I think,
Player's
had
Handbook
like the
in the back.
diagram. Yeah, so there's some pretty cool stuff there. Yeah, I'm kind of with you though, Juice. I'm not super interested in that. I mean, it could be cool. I'd try it.
I think to mix things up, it's awesome. And to ultimately, for instance, in the Fade, or in Dragon Age, it was cool how they used it. You go in to shut down all these like bad things coming from the Fade. Wasn't that the gist of it? You go there to close it down, basically.
I don't remember.
And then you get spit back out. So basically, you go in, fight a demon. Once you kill him, nothing can come out of this into the world again. That was cool. It just took a long time, and it was whatever. But yeah, so I think that's kind of that would be fine for a session, I think, of D&D.
But what if you are, because you're playing in the planes, going to all these different worlds? That's the thing. Like, you have the ability within one campaign to go to Dark Sun. Am I getting this right, guys? I'm kind of new to it too, but and to go to Forgotten Realms and go to the Dragonlance.
No, it's I think it's its own thing, isn't it?
Is it? Okay.
Planescape is supposed to be that world where it is that generic D&D world where it's got bits of everything. You got the Warforged from Eberron, you got the dragon magic and stuff like that from Faerun. It's basically got all the things mashed together, and you can go to those settings at any time in case you get that wild hair of an idea.
Mm-hmm.
For it's like, what would happen if the wizard stumbled upon a portal that actually connected it to Greyhawk, and he actually activated that as a self-defense measure whenever the heroes corner him in his dungeon of doom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe it's like what is it? Torment, maybe. Is that part of the Planescape? Like I know there's a game, Planescape Torment, but like I know one of the levels is like real demonic and stuff, and like that's like I thought that looked pretty cool, like some of the monsters and stuff.
I can't remember. I think that might be either a part of the pit or the abyss. I can't remember which. It is Those are connected to Planescape, because that's actually how you get into a setting that involves the pit, and you can see how hell works basically, or the abyss, which is where demons come from and where Tiamat is currently sealed.
Right. That's kind of how I like to imagine the planes. Like it's just another world. Like it's just out there, and it's a dimension. Like that's the only way to get there is through like a portal or something.
So if you were playing in Planescape, would most of your time be spent in these planes, or are the planes? I guess that's what I was getting at, Mitchell. I think you're saying that like you're spending most. Go ahead.
The planes had side effects. They each had an element associated with them. A positive energy plane, which is where Palor resides, actually has a good thing where you actually have health regeneration, where you regenerate health every so amount of hours or so. But and then after you reach your cap, you start gaining temporary hit points. Problem: if you do not have positive energy immunity, like certain creatures do, after you reach a certain number of temporary hit points, your character explodes.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Mitch. I don't think you're answering his question, though. He is wanting to know how, not necessarily from a mechanics or whatever standpoint, but like, is it just you walk a little further over here and you're walking into another plane all of a sudden, or?
It's basically however you want to run it.
Planescape, it references where it's both a connected, like it's. I like to think
But
of
it's
it
still through portals and stuff.
There are gateways that you activate, like you push a button on accident, and it's just your ass is now just like sucked through a portal, like Samurai Jack style.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, if I remember correctly, it used to be that a lot of portals were key to specific objects you had to be carrying in order to activate them. So it's you could just walk through a random doorway, and 9 out of 10 people would be fine walking through it. Then the 10th person happens to be carrying like a mouldy apple or something, which is the key to that portal, and the next thing they know, they're on some like other plane.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about planes. The portals are randomly appearing. There actually is almost no rhyme or reason. I think it actually had a table in it where you rolled. You can roll to split the party using portals to either other planes that may be connected for whatever reason to this area for a certain amount of time. It has a whole bunch of stuff for dimensional travel, which I really liked, which I thought was really cool, because one of the wizards I ever created. Yeah, one of the wizards I created
did an awesome job explaining it in the sidebar. Do you care to elaborate on that, Chepe? Since only we can see the sidebar.
Oh, sorry.
You're okay.
Just a center hub with spokes. In other words, you got a center city where all the planes are connected, and then you can spend your time in the city if that's what you want the full scope of your campaign to be. You can spend it in various planes or just in one plane. It's just however you ran it. So there's freedom to run it in any way, to answer your question, Nate. It's just how you ran it. So think of it as a center hub with spokes, with areas you can go into. If you want to think of it in video game terms.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to have the whole sort of campaign take place in the city, but still sort of giving a bit of a cosmopolitan feel by having lots of denizens of the city, or sort of people coming in and out of the city from the various planes, you've still got that sort of plainer flavour, but with a consistent setting.
You know what I'm thinking of right now is what was that movie? It was like Real Monsters or something, where they're under the bed and you go through the shadow. That's how I'm imagining this.
I mean, Monsters Inc. Monsters Inc.
No, not Monsters Inc. where they go through the closet. I'm talking about an old movie.
The one with
the one from the
Savage. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, I can't believe
Little
I can't remember the
Monsters,
name.
I think.
Little
Yeah,
Monsters.
Little Monsters. And so like the kid goes under his bed, and it's a shadow that goes to like this monster world.
Yeah.
I'm imagining that monster world as Planescape.
But you just figured out how you get to Planescape. Crawl under your bed.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, yeah, that's where I left the elemental plane of fire.
Chepe, you have another question, you said? I think you're muted again.
Uh-oh.
You broke it.
Okay, the button on my mic was messing up, and that's not good because it's brand new. Um, but sorry, I just wanted to ask the question. Since we're on the topic of different settings and what campaigns you wanted to do, how well does the DMG incorporate in the flavors of fantasy section? Because it also has, rules for futuristic technology and Renaissance eras. How well does it do at giving you all the things you need for the various kinds of settings you may want to run? Because if so, then it could be extremely handy if you want to do multiple settings, because if it gives you like the weapons and the armor and the technology that you want at different levels.
As long as they got lasers and guns.
It strictly tells you right off the bat what it's built for heroic fantasy, right? It then tells you after that. I'm trying to get to the correct page.
That'd be 267.
No, it's before all that. So the flavors of fantasy is on page 38.
Oh,
It's
okay.
chapter 1. So this is something I actually did read. But it strictly says D&D and the player's handbook and all of that is meant for heroic fantasy. Players playing heroic, good characters, basically. And it doesn't really give you anything to use for it. It more just defines what they are. So then it goes into sword and sorcery and defines in a couple paragraphs what that is. Then epic fantasy, mythic fantasy, dark fantasy, an intrigue kind of game, mystery, swashbuckling, war. I say Wuxia, obviously it's not Wuxia. Wuxia or whatever. And then it also has a couple paragraphs about crossing the streams, like mixing a little bit of everything. But in my opinion, it's more, the way I read it is I took this for, figuring out what your group wants to play and trying to appease everybody, or, that's kind of how I took this section. But it doesn't necessarily tell you how to run these kinds of games. It does refer to some of their current settings, like Dragonlance under Epic Fantasy. Let's see, Forgotten Realms under Heroic Fantasy. So it does refer to certain settings they have being better for different styles of games.
Yeah, I would say if you knew a lot about those settings and you're familiar with those settings, you could easily run games in those settings. But they're not. If you don't already know about Dark Sun or Dragonlance, you're not going to get anything in here that's going to tell you, here's how you could do a campaign in that setting.
Yeah. Like, for instance, under Intrigue, it mentions the Brimstone Angels novels by Aaron Evans, which take place in Forgotten Realms, which I've never read those books. But, it tries to relate it to different books and setting stuff so that you can figure out what it is you're actually into and better explain that to your group and players and when trying to build a group or find groups, I think.
I remember one of the previews was technology, like in different time periods.
Yeah, that's now further back, like Nate was saying.
So what I was saying is, with all those different options, do you think they've covered all the bases, at least in general, for the basic things you would need for, like, say, different kinds of time periods?
No. I'll say no. Because all they really did is add some weapons. You don't have, for instance, if you wanted to mechanically run a game that takes place today, it's possible. You're just going to be creating a lot of your own stuff. There isn't any cars. There isn't any of the technology
they had a
today.
thing on vehicles. Dang.
I can look, but I have not seen any cars. The only thing for vehicles I've seen is airships.
Yay, Final Fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't see
Do
any.
they have a conversion for katanas? Because I'm going to run.
Yeah, but all it is a longsword. That's all it says, and that's in the flavors of fantasy section.
I'm gonna run a Wuxia campaign or a one shot. You can come play.
Okay, good night. Yeah, so I don't see.
Okay, I see vehicles 119.
I think that's the airships.
Okay.
But you can, definitely look. I'm looking for technology.
Okay.
It certainly seems a bit random to have that technology in if there's not going to be any sort of real reason for it to be in there. I mean, I can sort of see the Renaissance sort of firearms if you maybe want to run a slightly more sort of Renaissance era campaign, you could still sort of work that with the D&D
swashbuckler game.
classes. Yeah,
You want to run a
that's
classic setting with those in it, like Nobis.
Yeah. I think because I got excited when I saw the preview that showed all the different weapons and stuff. I was like, oh, cool, I could use this for a modern type game probably. I was just waiting for them to add just a little bit more, and they really didn't add on to that with things I thought would be kind of easy.
I thought it was interesting, but I did think, well, how would that actually work with the sort of like the classes that we've got in the player's handbooks? Although they're sort of very appropriate to a sort of heroic fantasy game, as you were saying, if you just go, oh, I'm going to run a D&D sort of fifth ed like cyberpunk game using all these stats for like laser beams, then sort of like someone going, oh yeah, I'm going to play like a paladin or whatever, probably isn't going to work quite as well.
Right.
A
Yeah, that
paladin
would have
with
been
laser
interesting.
guns.
You have to wait until they go open source.
Hey, I mean, what about Thundar the Barbarian? Okay, they had lasers. It was a barbarian.
Guys, I'm really sorry, but I gotta go. I got a kid that's crying upstairs, so
Later, Nate. Have a
Later,
good night.
Nate.
Thanks
good
for
talking
joining.
to you.
Take care, man.
See you guys.
Thank you for answering my questions.
All right, so I'm looking at firearms and stuff, and they do kind of talk about firearms. So like burst fire, things like that. It goes into explosives. You have bombs, dynamite, grenades, alien technology.
I mean, yeah, if you threw it like in there, like say like you threw like a, I don't know. I mean, it'd be off the wall, but throw a laser gun in there as sort of a magical weapon.
You do
Yeah.
Stargate and use the laser
But
rifle
I
for
guess
the.
it still kind of wouldn't make sense. I don't know.
Well, they've sort of pretty much already done that in sort of like Numenera and other games like that, haven't they, recently? So I
Yeah.
could sort of see, I see where they're coming from if you were going for sort of like a more sort of weird fantasy sort of setting.
Right. But yeah.
Yeah, but
did
they
the-
don't give you a lot more on it. That's what's kind of sad about it. Like, they give you enough for combat, you know, like for hand-to-hand or, you know, on-foot combat, but they don't give you anything. They could have, I guess my point is, spend like 2 pages and talk about other types of technology other than weapons.
What was the adventure they did in one of the previous editions where they had like sort of future technology in it? I think it was either like, I think it might have been second ed, like Return to the Barrier Peaks or something, and that was sort of basically a big sort of hunk of sci-fi dropped into a sort of more traditional second ed D&D thing, and that sort of worked quite well as a sort of one-off.
Does Spelljammer do that?
Because Spelljammer's a bit more sort of magic-based, I think, rather than sort of technology. I don't really have a great deal of knowledge about the setting, to be honest. I sort of missed out on that one.
Yeah, me either. In fact, when it comes to D&D specific settings, the only one I'm mildly familiar with is Forgotten Realms, and that's just from video games. I've never played a game in that setting. I played Baldur's Gate, and I watched a friend play through Neverwinter Nights once, but the first one. But that was about it.
That's it. The next one shot I'm doing, kobolds are going to have laser guns.
Me and Andrew were joking about that, throwing in a bunch of laser rifles and stuff, giving them to the PCs, and then so everyone gets all excited, and then be like, "All right, but now you're stuck with a Tarrasque. Have fun." like
By the way,
use it.
that mountain you thought you were fighting on, that's not a mountain.
right. And you're swallowed whole. The end of the game.
I take it this game's going to be like titled like the Escalation one-off or something similar.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a Dragonborn, you can't use the gun because your finger won't fit through the trigger.
And if you're a halfling, you can't reach the trigger from the handle.
Yeah, it's got too much of a kick and it throws you every time.
Halflings have grenades.
Yeah.
And they're lucky,
Of course,
so
the
they never
halfling
get
will
ones. They're perfect for it. They never get ones, right?
Right.
We roll everything, so that's why they're the ones that operate all the grenades and stuff. They can't fail.
If you're a Kenda, someone's probably already shot you with the laser beam.
Yeah. Multiple times.
That's it.
I love it. There are
Of course,
cool.
the halfling of the gnome are
Sorry, go ahead, Mitch.
going to be Yeah, the halfling or the gnomes are probably going to be compensating for their size by handling these big ass rocket launchers or something like that. And whenever time they pull the trigger, it knocks it back like 5 feet or something.
What about the dwarves? They're pretty short.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they've got the weight to offset it.
See, they would just get buried in the ground. They wouldn't be knocked back. The ground would just move under them.
Right.
Also, they're amazing sort of smiths and sort of engineers. I can imagine them building some armor that sort of extrudes sort of extra stability like legs from the side of it to sort of anchor them into the ground, so they just sort of go like that and as they fire their bazooka or whatever.
That kinda
So now we're
seems
getting
right, though.
power
I don't
armor
know.
from palladium in here.
There you
Dwarves
go.
seem like you'd have
That's
fire
easy.
arms.
Add AC and give them laser rifles. You're set.
Yeah.
One of the things I was going to say before I bought this, I was kind of curious how they were going to do magic items since they weren't going to be up to a +5 anymore. And I'm pleasantly surprised. For instance, I was looking at, and I'll see if I can find it again. But like, I want to say it was like the Vorpal sword or something, or Avenger sword. I can't remember.
The Dragon Slayer sword.
It was some kind of a sword, typical weapon.
Was it flaming and 1,000 times the size of an appropriate sword?
No. I mean, it was a normal sword. But like, okay, so
God, I hate that argument, by the way.
what argument?
Oh, the sword's too big. Just shut up, okay? A freaking, a dragon's holding it. I mean, come on.
Right.
I would like to point out my strength is 36.
All right, so here's what I like. Okay, so I'm on the Holy Avenger, right? You gain a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon, right? So that's max damage and to hit from a sword. When you hit a fiend or an undead with it, the creature takes an extra 2d10 radiant damage. While you hold the drawn sword, it creates an aura in a 10-foot radius around you. You and all creatures friendly to you in the aura have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. If you have a 17 or more levels in the Paladin class, the radius of the aura increases to 30 feet. So I don't know. I don't remember in previous editions if being able to do all of that. So I think like they kind of instead of having the extra +2 on stuff, it's like they gave some other things, which I thought were kind of cool. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's kind of what stood out to me.
It seems like they're doing it like they did with feats. They're making the rare and harder to get, but they're increasing the effectiveness of it.
It's the
Making it
same with like
significantly more
class
magical.
features.
Yeah.
Less options, but the options are more meaningful.
Yes. Yeah, so I just kind of like that, Like, they have a sword in here that's not a plus anything. It's just, it's the Flame Tongue. You can use a bonus action to speak this magic sword's command word, causing flames to erupt from the blade. These flames shed bright light and dim light for another additional. Then, while the sword is ablaze, it does deal an extra 2d6 fire damage to any target it hits, but it's not like a +1 to hit, or anything like that. And when you're not using it as its flame, it's just a regular sword. So, I don't know, I just thought that was kind of cool. Apparently you can use it all the time, though. Doesn't say it's limited to a certain amount of times per day.
Yeah, some of those are really nice. I will say one that does have a charge limit, though, is the Staff of Flames or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It allows me to mimic Burning Hands, Fireball, and Flame Wall, and it uses up a certain charge number while it has a set number it can use, which is pretty cool because if you run out of spells, that staff can come in handy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was okay. So one of the things too that I like, and this was in the PDF, the free PDF, the Wand of Magic Missile, and it has 7 charges. Right? You can use them however you want. You either use it as a first level spell and expend 3 charges, or use it as a second level spell and expend 4 charges. Right? So you can either do 2 3 charges, will put you at 6, and then you still have 1 left over that you didn't use. Or you can do a 3 and a 4. Well, if you use up all the charges, at the end of the day it recharges, right? And it regains back 1d6 charges, right? You roll every day. If you if you end up having no charges left at the end of the day, you also roll a d20. If that d20 lands on a 1, it disintegrates. Which I like. You have a 5% chance, but eventually, I guess the idea is through a campaign, that's going to go bye-bye if your people are just spending all their charges, right? I actually like that. You know?
And all of a sudden, the gnome, the halfling gets a lot more interesting. You can't roll a 1.
I don't know if I would allow that though for the wand, because I would say it's not so much the players get, like it's not a character class function or anything. It's more of a wand. So it's like the wand is rolling the d20.
Well, would you allow this? Would you, whenever you have to do that, allow the player to either take advantage, or if they have the lucky feat, use one of their luck points if they roll that 1?
Not if I see it and say they failed before they decide to cash it. I don't know, because would you let them use inspiration?
I wouldn't let them use inspiration, but if they got the lucky feat and they roll a 1 and they're like, wait, I'd like to use my last luck point of the day.
But it's the beginning of the day that it does it. It recharges them after a long rest, basically.
Oh, then I'd like to say,
So
I'd
it's
like to use one of the 3 luck points I have, and then
I
I'll
don't
just
think
like,
I'd
oh.
do it. I don't think I would do it. Definitely, I'd be like, nope. I don't think. I don't know. I'm. Dustin knows. I'm too nice, anyways.
I'm having nightmares already about the power gaming character builds already of the possibilities of like a campaign with enough magic items and halfling built toward it. Oh goodness.
Halfling with lucky.
Halfling with lucky, like all the grenades, and then he like took all these proficiency skills and all these toolkits so that he can get what he wants, and he put the perfect background for it.
Yeah, there's some stuff in here that's pretty amazing. There's the armor of invulnerability. You have resistance to non-magical damage while you wear this armor. Additionally, you can use an action to make yourself immune to non-magical damage for 10 minutes, or until you are no longer wearing the armor. Once this special action is used, it can't be used again until the next dawn. So for 10 minutes, pretty much nothing will hurt you, except for spells. 10 minutes! Oh
Wait,
my
does that
goodness.
include psychic? This is non-magical, so does psychic count?
I would probably count that as magical.
I would wait until actually D&D 5th decides to release a psionics book, simply because then
That's
they'll actually say
2017, supposedly, that they're doing.
Yeah, then they'll say psionics counts as magical effects, or psionics are actually non-magical, because in 3.5, psionics were technically non-magical.
I don't have to worry about that because I will never allow psionics in my games.
I haven't either. I had this one guy who was like the min-maxer to the max, and he was like, yeah, do you allow psionics in your game? And I'll just like, typically no. Well, technically this one isn't really a psionics character, and I want to take a couple levels of monk and a few levels of this class and a level of this class, and I was like, dude, I don't think your style's going to fit with mine.
I don't mind min-maxing at all.
Well,
I want to
he
know
didn't have a
what
character
is
that
being
went
used
with
in
it.
my
He was
game.
just stacking on classes.
Right. I just want to know what's being used in my game, I guess. I want to be familiar with it, or as much as I can, possibly. So, like, for instance, even when I ran Pathfinder, I rarely let anybody use anything that wasn't in the core book. I hadn't read enough of the other books. And even the core book I had a bunch of questions about, so,
I have to admit, I'd have had alarm bells going off as soon as someone said the phrase, I want to take a couple of levels of monk.
Why is that?
So what are you? You're a part-time sort of monk who's dedicated his entire life to a philosophy? What? How's that working for you? You go to the monastery at weekends? What? How's that breakdown?
Well,
I'm waiting for your Bugbears video on multi-classing.
He was
I've already done one about why I don't like the monk class.
I need to go watch that now. I'm going to add that to my watch later.
Yeah, I'm going to go definitely check that out too now, because that sounds like it'll be a fun watch.
Yeah, if you just want to see me ranting about how I don't like the monk class at all and don't think it fits in D&D, you'll probably really enjoy the video.
In traditional,
is it about
it does
key?
not fit in any way, shape, or form.
No, I've no problem with the monk class as a concept. I just think that it feels almost sort of shoehorned in with the rest of the classes that really don't have any sort of cultural similarities with it.
Yeah,
Right,
like there isn't any samurais or anything. Yeah, it's just you have a random monk, and there's no reason for it. Is that
Yeah, I mean,
basically it?
yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some of the settings I know Forgotten Realms sort of did a lot to work them into the background and sort of really sort of make them work as more sort of stuff that tied in together. But I think sort of like the general monk just feels a bit sort of like slapped on afterwards, as though like when they were sat around sort of designing the original D&D, and they were like, right, we've got the fighter, we've got the paladin, we've got the wizard, we've got the druid. We're drawing on all this sort of like, for want of a better term, sort of Western sort of mythology, and then someone went, kung fu movies are cool.
Like, dude, I just watched the latest Bruce Lee movie. Is there any way we can fit that in here?
Which don't get me wrong, that they are entirely right, because kung fu movies are cool, but it's just never really seemed to work for me without some sort of heavy tweaking of the background to sort of fit it into a specific campaign world.
Yeah.
Well, at least it wasn't as bad as Pathfinder that decided to go a step further and add samurai and ninjas in with
So
the
I don't
monk
think
afterwards.
that's bad, and because even in their setting, they restrict most of that to one continent on Galarian, and so you can move it elsewhere. It's just supposed to be extremely rare.
Well, Galarian is a patchwork of everything anyway.
Right. No, it is. But my point is that even in our world, I mean, samurais and all that were a really small part of the world, and so I'm fine with them doing that. And I'd be fine if D&D did that, but I agree, I think, with what John says about, oh, well, what's the monk doing in D&D? It doesn't fit the other classes,
I mean, so don't get me wrong, I'd love to see it given a sort of, I suppose, almost the treatment I feel it deserves, because like the whole idea of living a monastic life is supposed to be like very much you dedicate your life to it. It's a whole like philosophy that would, especially when it comes to like say multi-classing. So how would you do that? You've got to like dedicate yourself to a philosophy. You've got to pursue this sort of aesthetic lifestyle or this very specific sort of regime, and then you go, oh yeah, but don't worry, I get every like second Thursday to like slope off to like mage school and like pick up some other tricks as well. I just don't really see that washing with sort of like explaining that to the sort of the master of the monastery or whatever. Oh, where have you been? You were supposed to be carrying water from the well and like training. Oh well, I'm sort of been down the thieves guild, like trying to pick up a couple of levels of rogue.
What if it was the other way around? Someone started off as a rogue or something like that, and and then eventually they decided to be a monk, and so that's the justification of why they're a monk.
I think that could work. I think you could take a couple of levels of something else, and then sort of say there was some sort of life-changing event that led to me sort of like leaving my old ways behind, and obviously you've still got those skills, you don't instantly forget them, and sort of moving into a more sort of like dedicated monastic lifestyle. But as I say, the whole sort of, I just like a couple of cheeky levels of monk, because I quite fancy some of that bare-fisted like extra damage that they're packing. Doesn't really watch for me.
I think the basic premise. Oh, go ahead.
In Barker's game, The Footprints of Ankh, I'm not sure if any of you guys watch. Well, Juice actually watches it. I think you're like the only guy who does. Like you're the only.
Yeah, and I haven't watched all of them. I've only watched a couple of them.
I play a monk, and the guy who was my master was originally a half-orc barbarian, but after he got to his old age and stuff like that, he had been with an adventuring partner that had an elven monk. And I kind of fitted that into the background of how the monks actually exist there. And he actually became a monk and my master. And, of course, my master's really goofy. He's a half-orc, so, of course, he's not as structured or stuff like that. He's incredibly blunt and uncouth and stuff like that. But Barker really liked the concept of the fact that my guy, he's not exactly a disciplined monk or anything like that. He's just really, really good at punching things.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how they did it in the Forgotten Realms setting. They sort of re-skinned the monk to be more these sort of more like a fighter, I suppose, but as someone who sort of like built their own body into a weapon rather than sort of throwing on a lot of armor and carrying the best weapons they could find, which I thought worked really well. It's just when it sort of cleaves to the traditional sort of idea of the monk, there's obviously a lot of sort of cultural expectation and sort of background that goes along with that I don't think sort of works quite as well with the sort of freewheeling sort of traditional fantasy sort of D&D setting.
I agree. Like you were saying with the whole setting thing, as long as there's a part of the setting that it would make sense in, it would be fine, and things like that. But I based on what you're saying, and I'm sure I'm going to agree with your video, I agree. You know, it's almost too like the monk should have been in a whole separate book for D&D that's all about that kind of culture and other, in my opinion. And then that way you could just buy that book and just run ninjas and super spies without the super spies.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see them. I mean, for like D&D 5th Ed or whatever, I'd love to see them do a sort of books covering sort of, oh, here's how you can run your D&D 5th edition game to reflect sort of Nordic culture or Egyptian culture or Japanese culture or whatever it may be.
They used to do that.
Yeah,
Second edition had all of those too.
I'd love to see them do something a bit more like that, because that'd be a nice way of expanding your game. And if you did want to have those different continents in your D&D 5th edition world, you'd have a book there where you say, oh, well, you've travelled up to the sort of like Arctic Northlands. Let me bust out my Nordic campaign book and like see what we've got in there. You can play up those sort of differences and just give yourself a few extra options.
Mm-hmm. And maybe in those books things are a little more realistic and less fantastic, you know. And that way the more simulationist type gamers could enjoy some D&D too. The historians in the world.
Simulationism doesn't necessarily mean realism.
No, but you know what I'm saying, Chepe. You know, you're not casting firebolts. You're just playing a straight-up Nordic campaign without these crazy things.
Yeah, maybe limit to ice magic or magic that's more thematic to actually what's going on.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, yeah.
Well, I think they're kind of doing that. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I want to defend the monk so bad, but yeah. It kind of... I mean, even like a wizard, you know, they go to school for so long, but it doesn't take the kind of dedication it would be to, I guess, be a monk, I guess. And plus, playing in a 20th level game, dude, the monks destroyed everything. It was like, we didn't even need to be there, really. They killed everything.
Everything at 20th level destroys everything.
I mean,
I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, monks are pretty sweet. What was it? Someone was telling me they do like 70 damage or something at 20th level.
Dude,
like regularly.
Each one of them, like with all of the extra bonus actions and everything, they got like 5 or 6 actions per turn, and each thing was like killer, you know. And they had one thing called a quivering palm, and it took down 2 storm giants and a black dragon, like no problem.
They've also got a lot of sort of other strange abilities. Like I remember I read a campaign where we had a monk who I think it was a Forgotten Realms campaign. We had a monk who fell from some like ridiculously tall height, or it was off like the back of a flying creature or something down towards the ground.
Yeah, dude.
Any other sort of clash, you'd be like, oh well, that's it. You're sort of like a large red smear across the landscape. Whereas with the monk, it's like, oh yeah, but I can use this sort of body of air to sort of lighten my weight, and as I sort of hit the tree level, I can use this ability, which means I'm grabbing at branches and sort of slowing myself down. I think they ended up taking some ridiculous like 2 hit points of damage when they landed, so they effectively fell like 500 feet or whatever, hit the ground and went sort of like twisted their ankle a bit and went, oh well, never mind, and limped off to the sidelines.
Yeah, it was like, what was it? That actually came up. I think it was gliding or something. Yeah, they could slow down their fall because they were like,
fall is 3rd level.
Yeah, and I think what else was it? Like they'd back up into shadows and then like appear in a shadow on top of something like way up there.
That's a monastic tradition, assassination or shadow warrior. It basically allows them to play the ninja. I almost always have to redo the monk, even if I'm going to play it one of 2 ways. Either the one guy that is so poor that he can't afford weapons or armor, and the only way he has ever fought is with his fist, and through sheer experience and battle instinct is able to strike just certain ways to actually do some actual damage. Or I do it like I do in Barker's game, where I'm basically just a weird wizard, where I'm literally manipulating my life force, and if I ever run out of ki, I start coughing up blood, limping, and blood is spurting out of the muscles and veins that I've ripped open. And Barker actually role-plays me with that and has me roll constitution saves and stuff like that, which I think is friggin' awesome.
Right. Yeah. And like you said, it all depends on what kind of game you're running. You know, I mean, it could work.
Yeah, Barker had to do some extra work to shoehorn in the monk and make it actually fit seamlessly. So I
So there's-
do
that's
definitely
not
see
easy.
where John is coming from, that this is a hard thing to do with the monk.
So there's no Kinder in the DMG, huh?
Nope. But
That's good.
there is a race, how to create different races in here. And it gives you like different abilities and stuff for them too.
So it
I see
actually
it's got
lists abilities?
It's got the Azimar in there or something.
Yeah, the Azimar and then a type of elf is in here. Let me see if I can find it again real quick.
Well, that's the Eladrin, which were like the 4th
Yes,
edition sort of
that's what it was.
high elf version, weren't they? It's a Feywild
Yeah.
version.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. It doesn't. Not the racial ones. It does list every single monster feature, though. So, for instance, here's the beginning of the monster features. That's 2 whole pages. Let me see if it goes on past that very far.
That's actually really helpful for homebrewing stuff.
Yeah, that's as far as that goes. So then it has another chart for creating NPCs from scratch, and it has all the different racial modifier type stuff, like everything that each race gets. And it lists, or not race, but each monster gets, so monsters as NPCs. So sorry about that. But yeah, so for instance, a bullywug, it lists their ability modifiers and then their features. Another one on here is a deep gnome, a grimlock.
My guess is they have satyr.
Not on that chart. Zombies, so you could create a zombie NPC. I don't know. It's just kind of interesting.
Does that sort of cover the same sort of thing that template monsters covered in the?
Probably,
in the
and it's just combining it into one chart. I think that's what it is.
It really
So
seems like. Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead, dude.
It really seems like 5th edition, at least from what I saw with that chart and with how the bestiary is set up, each individual ability is like its own little modular thing, right? And so they're giving you basically the idea that you can just pick and choose to switch, take this ability and plug it in this thing.
You're talking about the features.
Yes,
So,
so
like,
features are basically like templates, but little building blocks for a template.
Kinda. So for example, it says the name of the monster feature, example monster, effect on challenge rating. So I'll just pick one. Constrictor snake, increases the monster's effective AC by 1. Charm for the vampire, doesn't have an effect on a challenge rating. In fact, a lot of these don't have an effect on a challenge rating. And so the idea of this is that you can port it to creating your own monsters, obviously. Psychic defense for the Githzeri monk. Apply the monster's wisdom modifier to its actual AC if the monster isn't wearing armor or wielding a shield. But it doesn't say the effect on a challenge rating for that. It just gives you like a explanation.
My flares.
Yeah. So it's like you could I don't know how they would say this doesn't affect a challenge rating, but if you took every single ability that doesn't affect a challenge rating, what's that do? You know?
Yeah, I mean, I noticed in the monster manual there didn't seem to be any real sort of templates in terms of like how they used to be in previous editions. I mean, I think it was like 3 types of zombie, like an ogre, a normal human, and something else. I forget what the third one was in the monster manual. But there wasn't actually like a zombie template that you could apply easily to any other sort of creature to make like a zombie version of that.
Right.
There actually eventually did. It was, I think, not Tomb of Horrors, either Heroes or Horrors or something like that. It was called the Necropolitan template. It's where your character has had something horrific done to them.
Yeah, I mean in 5th edition specifically, there's not like a template in the monster.
No, when I
manual.
missed that, I so badly want to play my undead wizard that is able to reanimate zombies and do Michael Jackson's Thriller.
So do it, man. You can do it. Yeah, there aren't really. There's a quick table, monster statistics by challenge rating, and it's a quick table. So this table's kind of nice because if you ever just wanted, maybe you just make up monsters on the fly, and you have this table on your DM screen, boom, there you go. And so then, say your party is 6th level, and you need to equal up all the challenge rating up to 6th level. You know, you got all the things you need. Your proficiency bonus, armor class, hit points, attack bonus, damage per round, and save DC. So that's pretty nice.
John, do you have the bestiary, right?
The monster Mario, yeah, I've got that,
Yes.
yeah.
So in each subsection, right, if you want a creature to be undead, all it shows is like the only real difference between a beholder and a beholder zombie is the fact that it has undead fortitude. Maybe like a few changes here and there.
And it's
But
immune to
basically,
poison.
that little subsection of undead fortitude you can just add to anything to make it a zombie, essentially, functionally.
Yeah,
That's
which is a
pretty cool.
DC 5 plus the damage difference
Mm-hmm.
when it hits 0 hit points. If it makes the save, the Constitution save, then it lives
Yep.
or still walks.
That's cool. So it effectively is possible to do sort of like template creatures, even though they've not sort of specifically covered it as that. Again, we're talking about using these the various sort of monster features and sort of adding them into.
I think that's
to
what
do
they're trying to
creatures.
show in the
Yes.
D&D.
Okay, so
pretty cool.
here's Undead Fortitude. Increase
like
the monster's
Lego blocks.
effective hit points based on the expected challenge rating. So for instance, 1st through 4th is 7 hit points. 5th through 10th is 14. 11 through 16 is 21. And 17 or higher is 28 extra hit points. So, yeah. So you would also increase your monster's hit points with Undead Fortitude.
Cool.
Yeah, so it does give you stuff there, but it's to create your own monster, technically from scratch, there's like 20 steps. So I don't know how it all ties in together. But yeah, there's 20 steps on how you'll do it. And I don't know how I guess you would then refer back to that chart, looking at the offensive and defensive breakdown to determine your challenge rating. You know, because that's what that chart ultimately is for, I believe. And so it goes through your CRs and what that means for proficiency bonus and armor class and hit points and stuff. So, for example, a CR 30 is a +9 proficiency bonus, a 19 armor class, 800 hit points, attack bonus is 14, damage per round is 303, and save DC is 23. But that's a DC 30. So
is that the case of they're almost giving you a sort of, I suppose, a sort of standard sort of generic stat block for a particular like CR monster, and then you can sort of plug and play these extra features that you want on top of them from the table?
Yeah.
Kinda. Yeah, so this is the chart I'm referring to. And so the way I would figure this is how that would work is so when you go through the next 3 pages, they got different steps that read this way. And so when you get through those steps, at the end of it, I would think you would look at these 6 different things and average it all out to figure out your CR. Now, I don't know if it actually spells it out that way, because I haven't read this part, but I am very interested in doing some videos about this in the future.
Yeah, I mean that might be a cool thing for you to do, where you can, if you actually did a video where you actually sort of build a monster from scratch to show people how it works. That'd be a cool video.
Yeah.
Actually, that would be a really cool hangout if everyone built a monster together or helped each other build several monsters together. I was
That
actually
would be.
thinking about doing something like that for sorcerers to make origins with as a group, if anybody would be cool for that.
That would be cool. Almost like a Brigade Con all over again, but on our different channels for the fun of it.
Yeah, just like a mini thing to help each
Collaborative
other-
workshop.
Yeah,
I'd
Vampire
like
work-
that.
homebrew kind of thing.
What's that? Hold that up again, Robert. I didn't see it.
Vampire Unicorn. Look, it's all on one page. Let's make it.
Yeah, you can. You could just plug. You could take some of the monster features and just plug it in, or you
Yeah,
could
the
just take the
unicorn.
vampire's lair and apply that to the unicorn. So it's
I love the fact that
into the lair. Boom.
I love it, the way it looks as though on the picture the vampire is actually looking at the unicorn and going, "Yeah, I can make that work."
Yeah.
It's true.
Gotta get me a vampire steed.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, this is. I like the depth they go into with this. And then it goes into monsters with classes, so basically slapping a class on top of them, but it doesn't give you a lot of information. So it says you start with the monster stat block. The monster then gains all the class features for every class level that you add, with the following exceptions. The monster doesn't gain the starting equipment of the added class. For each class level you add, the monster gains 1 hit die of its normal type, ignoring the class's hit die. The monster's proficiency bonus is based on its challenge rating, not its class levels. So that's kind of interesting. So as the CR level would go up, that's where you would determine their proficiency bonus.
Are there
So
any
now-
specific monster classes in there? Like you used to have sort of the various like acolyte, etc. I know there's humanoid sort of NPC stats in the back of the monster manual, but are there any specific classes for monsters or antagonists in the DMD?
Yeah, there's 2 classes that it gives you for villains, and it's just the Cleric Death Domain and the Paladin Oathbreaker. That's all I've seen in here. And I'll be honest, like I said, I wasn't really that impressed with them, unfortunately. Let's see.
I actually prefer Tim Harper's Death Domain.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim, it's...
Of course,
Tim
Tim
did
takes a lot of civil liberties when he does things. So
Well, I
it's
liked a
not
lot of that stuff he was doing. I was trying to... I don't think I watched all of them. In fact, I know I didn't. But I was really enjoying that. I like seeing what other people come up with, whether it's a domain or a school of magic or whatever. That's some of my favorite stuff.
Some people are really boring, though. They're like, for the sorcerer, someone came up with an arcane background, and all it does is give them more spells and meta magic.
Yeah, that's lame. That's just called
That's really
min-maxing.
lame. I'm like, you had an opportunity, and you wasted it. You could have played a wizard. No, you decided to make a sorcerer a wizard.
Right.
I think isn't that like a holdover from like one of the sort of previous editions or Pathfinder? There definitely is like a sort of arcane sorcerer thing where it's like, you want to be a wizard? How about being a shit wizard?
Yeah. It was almost like there was no point in playing the wizard in the 3.5, or it was Pathfinder. I don't know. I never played it
You're
anyway.
talking about sorcerer or
Yeah, sorcerer
Talking
compared to
about
the wizard in Pathfinder.
3.5. 3.5 sorcerers were like, seriously, if you wanted to play
Million times
a
better?
less powerful wizard to not break the game, if your DM
Oh.
wouldn't allow the wizard, he might allow the sorcerer. That was the whole pitch.
Yeah, well, Pathfinder went the other direction, I think, where they made the sorcerer much better than the wizard.
Pathfinder went in the direction you can cast magic missile like 18 times a day with the
Yeah, that's
sorcerer. So you're the spell storage.
Right.
That's what you are when you're the
But you couldn't know as many different spells.
no,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was sort of like you are the mobile artillery of the group.
Pretty
Right.
much.
It's allow me to break it down for just how badly broken the wizard is in 3.5.
I hate the word broken. It's not broken.
Here it is in
There's my
combat.
bugbear. I hate that.
How about the word exploitable?
Yeah, that's
there you
probably
go.
it. The most exploitable thing you can probably use a wizard for in 3.5 involves taking wizard, a couple lizard a wizard, then you go into the prestige class force missile mage, and you're taking a whole bunch of things like split ray and stuff like that, and one particular feat from Libris Mortis by the name of Fell Drain. And any ray you cast that does actual damage, you can replace it for one spell increase level to turn that into a negative level, the damage it does. So Magic Missile at 20th level with the appropriate feats is 29 missiles. So you summon a god against them. It's like, hey guys, don't worry, I got this. Hey Tiamat, how's it like to be 29 levels less? Because magic missile automatically hits.
There is something I just came across that is something that I used to complain about D&D for, and I used to praise Palladium for, and I know I've heard of other people using this as well, but spell points. So it's almost like a mana pool,
Wait, they actually have a spell point system?
a variant spell point system.
Yes, I was wanting that.
So yeah, so here we go. I'm
It's
just
going to
gonna
be great for the Kickstarter that everybody was interested in, but they never explained.
There's a Kickstarter going on.
The Sagittarium, whatever. What's it called?
Sagittarius or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't remember. And I feel bad because I was supposed to interview the guy, but then my GM Juice profile got switched up, and I don't know who he was.
Kickstarter's there. Like
is
I
there-
emailed him and he's responded directly from his Kickstarter.
In fact, there's 2 people I was supposed to interview for my channel, and because my GM Juice profile was changed up, I can't message them, and none of my old messages show up, so I don't even know who they are.
Just get a Kickstarter and just connect with them via Kickstarter.
That's a good idea. I do have a Kickstarter profile set up so that I can buy stuff or whatever, because I don't. When I set it up, I didn't know how the Kickstarter worked, but that's a good point.
They responded immediately when I asked, and
Yeah.
I'm just a nobody.
Perfect.
I'm just
Well,
a
they-
niche gamer.
Both of the people I think that was one of them. Both of the people actually came to me about interviewing them. So, yeah. But anyway, so back to
Oh,
the
if you
spell
do, could you
points.
please ask them to actually give an example about how their system is supposed to work for compatibility? Because I asked them, but it was still the same vague notion that they said on their page. They didn't actually give an example, and so I was like, I want to give you money. Like, I'm trying to, like, I want to give you money, but you're not
And it's
explaining to me
niche,
how.
so you'll spend money there.
Yeah, yes, but I was just like, how? I just want to know how it's going to happen.
Right.
You have really good ideas, really good artwork, really good writing. I see this, okay? But you're selling a system based on its compatibility with multiple versions of D&D and how customizable your customizing spell point system is. But you won't tell me how it works. So
I
I
don't
don't.
want you to rip it off and do your own Kickstarter. That's the problem.
But it's a Kickstarter. You're being crowdfunded anyway.
Right.
And an open gaming license, so people could still use your stuff. It's not like you have exclusive priority to it.
Yeah, but he has to get it out before you do.
I just want an idea.
Right.
You want to know what you're spending your money on. The problem is he's not meeting you halfway.
So it's got spell point costs. So, you know, how much a spell of a certain level will cost. Then the next page is based on your class level, how many spell points you get. So that's kind of interesting. I mean, it equates out to be the same as you roughly have now, but you'd have the versatility to not be limited to, once I'm done with all these first level spell slots, I only have my second and third. So it gives you a little bit of wiggle room and options for that, so you can use the points. So I do like that, actually.
Do they
Do you recover the
differentiate
points
it
when-
between classes? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nope.
I was just going to ask whether you recover them sort of in a similar fashion, you know, when you rest, etc.
Oh, yeah, like arcane recovery and stuff.
Yeah.
Double checking real quick.
Do they have a variant for active defense?
I'll look. I haven't quite got that far.
That would be cool. Well, you have the dodge maneuver,
Yeah, I know.
thing.
Well, I would assume I don't see anything for it, but arcane recovery gives you so many slots worth, right? So if you're like third level wizard, you get 3 slots worth, right? So that would be a first level spell and 1 second level, correct? So that would be on this 5 points. Whereas if I took 2 first level, that's only 4 points.
What
Yeah,
does it say
so
about
that's-
sorcery points for converting sorcery points into spell points?
It doesn't. So I would assume you'd still have sorcery points as a side thing with your spell points.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
was going to say, if wizards using the sort of spell point system gain more versatility about what sort of spells they can use and when, doesn't that sort of tread into the sort of sorcerer area? Because wasn't that always one of their sort of main advantages, as far as I remember, that they had a bit more versatility even if they had less spells?
It was, but now that's already been tread upon because the new Vancian system is an in-between a spell point system and a thing. So wizards already have more versatility. They're actually more sorcery-like than sorcerers now if you consider arcane recovery, because they get more of their stuff back per day than sorcerers do.
Yeah, and I think that part should have been reversed, if anything, in my opinion. Like, sorcerers should have had the arcane recovery because it's more of a rest issue, in my opinion, than a studying issue for wizards.
Yeah.
Like, oh, all of a
Yeah.
sudden you can study and learn your spells all back again to do later on. Yeah, I almost wish they reversed that. But, yeah, no, I don't see anything about recovery or anything like that. I'll have to read that in depth later.
Whenever it comes to spell recovery, theirs is actually a short rest, and they get all their spell slots back.
Who does?
Warlocks.
Yeah, but warlocks get like 2 spells.
Yeah.
Plus all the extra little spells that they can freely cast based on like
And all
as a
the
passive
damage they
ability.
deal anyway.
Yeah, I like warlocks.
We have 5th level is as high as your spells go, and you only get 4 slots to use.
Mhm.
And that's by the time you're at 20th level.
But you get a lot of
course, you
spell-like
have
abilities, right? But you get a lot of at-will spell-like abilities, right?
Those are evocations. Evocations
Yeah,
in
you
5th has been turned into, you can select up to 8 by 20th level of whatever it is that you can do. You can have them as a passive ability, you can have them as an at-will spell, and stuff like that.
So I had somebody... Sorry, go ahead. Keep going.
Warlocks are very much... Oh, go ahead, Mitchell.
And there are certain ones that are evocations that are specific to your particular field of study, like Pact of the Blade, Pact of the Book, Pact of the Pet. And then, of course, there's your Arcanum. Pact of the Book, your Book of Shadows, basically. It's really interesting how they did that one. Is like, you want to be able to actually compete with wizards? Here you go.
Yeah, take these cantrips. You can use them anytime you want.
Well, the book itself actually gives you 2 cantrips of any spellcasting class, any of them. With certain evocations added, it allows you to add additional spell levels to that book. So you start being able to cast 1st, 2nd, 3rd level spells of any class you want with your charisma modifier. So all of a sudden, you want your warlock to be able to heal as good as that cleric? No problem.
So
You've now got Spirit of the Dying.
So somebody had mentioned they commented on this on YouTube, and they wanted to know how to make PC races and stuff. And so I'm on the page. There's a page for sub races, and there's a page for creating a new race. There is more information about creating a sub race than there is for a new race. First of all. Second of all, it doesn't necessarily break down like a step-by-step on how to do it. So for instance, creating a new race. When creating a race from scratch, begin with the story and proceed from there. Compare your creation to the other races of your world and borrow freely from the traits of other races. As an example, consider the Aasimar, and then it goes into the Aasimar, like how to do the Aasimar. So it doesn't really tell you, like, it doesn't give you a point-buy system for creating it or anything like that. It just tells you what you could have already done with the player's handbook. So that's kind of pointless to me. So then, if I go back a page and look at creating a race or sub-race, right? So I guess this kind of falls into the other part, but it gives you a bunch of questions. So, like, why does my campaign need the race to be playable? What does the race look like? A bunch of fluff, right? And I guess some of it's not necessarily fluff. Like, what are the race's signature traits? in the case of a new sub-race, what sets it apart from the other sub-races? But again, it doesn't tell you like how many different things you should do. Like, it doesn't tell you anything, really, if that makes sense.
So it's very sort of bare bones and sort of general then.
Yeah, it's just more of a think about it and come up with it yourself kind of deal.
That's some quality specific advice there.
Right. Like, okay, open your player's handbook. Now, figure out on your own how to balance it with other things. I understand, you can only do so much, right? You can't say, okay, you have to have this many traits or this, because some races people might come up with might not have these traits. But that's why you would need a point-buy system of some sort, and to give different values to different things.
It does sound a bit like they're just saying, have a look at the races we've done and then try and make something that's vaguely similar to it.
Yeah, or vaguely as balanced. Yeah.
It would work if it's like, here's a challenge rating and the points awarded to this particular challenge rating monster, and here are all the abilities you can have.
Well, it's not
with
even
the
that.
points that it would cost. That would be actually pretty cool.
So they could have done it this way. Looking at the player's handbook, right? Every race has. So, okay, you're creating a race. Every race has so many points, right? And it falls between this number, and that's a balanced race, right? So then an attribute bump is worth so many points. You could then take away attributes, so a -1 or a -2, and that gives you more points to create your race. You could then say dark vision costs so many points, and things like tool proficiencies for like the dwarf, or skills in general like stone cunning for the dwarf, the trinket thing for gnomes. I mean, all that stuff would have different point values on this just random 3 pages of everything possible. Not even 3 pages. I think you could probably fit everything on 1 page. And so then you just say, okay, creating a new race, you can spend this many points. And here is your table and how much each thing costs. That's all they would have had to have done.
Yeah.
And then at least you have a mechanical thing that helps you create as balanced as possible races.
I think they were trying to do it like they're doing with monsters, because you know how everything's in those little subsections, right? Those features.
But it's not for this. There's none of those things, like for creating a race. It doesn't have a table. There's nothing in here about it. It just says look at the other races.
Yeah, I think they were just saying to swap out and then reskin it.
Yeah.
See, here's all the stuff Elf gets, right? Or find a race that has similar abilities and just switch out those abilities that you want. Like this got an attribute score, 2 passive abilities, and a sub-race abilities. Just switch out.
So what if I want to make a centaur? We're just going to go with the centaur.
Centaur? Do you want to do it based off the bestiary or your own thing?
No, I want to do it as a race. I don't want it as a monster.
I know. I meant, what do you want the inspiration to be?
The centaurs and Xeno. I don't know. I'm pulling something out of my butt that's not a current race, you know.
Well, I already did one with the fawn, and it's actually pretty easy to do. Actually, I still haven't added the sub-races to that video yet, but that's what I'm actually trying to explore with my reimagining series, is exactly the philosophy of doing races. It was pretty easy to just pick out and see what they did, and then
I think it's easy.
Abilities.
That's one of the things I liked about the player's handbook, that everything in there is pretty much what you need for this system to make whatever you want. You know, I guess I don't know. I guess I just expected more of an explanation on how to create a race or create anything really. I feel like there's some shortcuts now that I'm looking at it. They're just like, oh, we need to fill some more pages. Let's type up a couple paragraphs about nothing.
Pretty much.
I mean, I like that they include an Azamar in here and Eladrin, but I just wish they gave you a little more. That's all.
Basically, it comes down to ability score, age, alignment, size, speed, all that. Then it's about 3 to 4 different kinds of abilities.
We are, of course, assuming that they're not going to do a sort of a monster races book sort of later on, somewhere down the line, because they've certainly done those in previous editions where they give you like a whole ton of different monsters from the monster manuals of various editions converted into playable races.
Ironically, a third-party publisher is doing that, kind of, on a PDF they released to try to do some of that for NPCs, like an NPC codex. For 5e.
I'm not big into third-party stuff. Like right off the bat, it's not canon to me. It's not. I don't allow third-party stuff. I might use it as a DM occasionally in a game I'm running, but I'm not big on third-party stuff, to be honest. I like some of the products they do; they're cool, but I use them mainly for inspiration more than anything else.
I feel it can get out of hand if you use too much third-party stuff, and D&D 3.5 kind of proved that to me. Too much third-party stuff, it just confuses everybody.
I do, however, like adventures from third-party, and I do like items from
I like
third-party.
settings.
Yeah, settings, adventures, and items. I do not like player races or monsters.
Third party.
Yeah. Yeah, third party. It's a lot of it's. I shouldn't say a lot. Some of it is very well done. Most of it is not.
Well, I don't use like races from third party or things like that. I do like cantrips, spells. I do use third party spells.
Yeah,
definitely.
But I mean, we're sitting there talking about making different races. They're just doing it for you.
Yep, it's basically paying for convenience if you trust the person.
Yeah, I mean, if it's done well, then yeah, but.
Well, and are they doing it with, for instance, Pathfinder had a clear system for creating player character or player races and creating monsters. They had a clear-cut system for how to do it.
Right.
You know? And I don't know if third party went by that system or they just did it however they felt like. I don't know.
Yeah. I could see how it could get, like, if everybody wanted to use totally different races. Yeah, it's allowed on the GM to kind of break it all down and say, no,
mm-hmm.
doing core and this only. Yeah.
Which is actually why it's kind of cool to do homebrew content of those kinds of things, videos, because you actually have a video with a free thing that you can give a GM to look at.
I actually, like I said earlier, I like to see what what people come up with, like in our videos and stuff. What Tim came up with, I like to.
Did you ever watch GM Facepalm?
Yes, I believe I am subscribed to that person.
Yeah. So yeah, his entire channel, other than Adventure Paths for Pathfinder, is just custom races using
it was
advanced
like the Minotaur and things. And, yeah. Yep, and he did a PDF of that at one point, I think.
Yes, and it's all on his Google Plus stuff too. Like, so you can just go to his Google Plus account and just
get
it. It's all in the descriptions and comments on his videos. So.
Yep. Yeah, he definitely has some cool ones for sure. I like that. And I think I entertained the idea of using some of his stuff at one point. I just never did.
I still want to use the slime domain for the cleric from Tim.
For Tim?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm completely fine with it. It's just you have to. I don't want to say yes to everything a player wants to play. You know, like, oh, this player's bringing this from this third-party publisher, and the other 4 are bringing stuff from 4 other publishers. You know, if I don't own it, you know, it's hard for me to stay up on what it really is, you know. And I don't normally have my players submit their character. Like, I'll have them submit their character at character creation, but after that, take it easy, Red Dice.
Catch you later, guys.
Peace.
Night, man.
I don't normally require my players to really submit their character sheets to me all the time. Every now and then I want to see it to make sure they're doing things correctly. Because I've had some times where their like modifiers were off by a number and things like that because when they did the bump they weren't really paying that much attention to things. But even then I don't really care that much. It's just a matter of making sure everything's going smooth, I think. And when everyone's using third-party publishers, I feel like it's just harder to make sure everyone's doing it right, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's my concern with third-party publishers. And, you know, can you trust your players to not try and min-max it, and they're just doing this because they want that extra oomph to the character. I don't know.
The only reason why I'm so big on third party is finding options or specific mechanics or character options for a specific setting I want to run.
Right.
So it's something that I give to the players rather than players can just willy-nilly choose whatever third party they want.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you're running a desert, a desert session, and somebody wants to be a mermaid. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna work.
Right.
That might be an interesting story, though. Or, crap, what's the name of that legend? Selkie. Man, I really want to play a Selkie character.
I can walk around like that thing from SpongeBob with the instead of air and it's like water, like
Yeah.
that astronaut.
If I was a Selkie, I would have my little otter or my seal, seal skin, like in my backpack, or make a backpack out of my own seal skin.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw they had a mastiff dog as a mount in the monster manual.
There's a
In the monster manual? Oh yeah, it's in the back of the player's handbook, I think, too.
Although third party is crazy.
Yeah, it's
Fake.
yeah, it's basically a mount. I mean, you would use it mainly as a mount, I think.
Yep.
Or just, I guess you could use it as like a guard dog or something.
Yeah, but it has a saddle on it. It's definitely a mount.
Right, in the picture it does, yeah.
Yep. That was an interesting video there, Chappie. I've been gone for weeks. I haven't been able to.
Oh, you're good, man.
I was gonna reply to that.
Oh, which one?
The mount video.
Oh.
I mean, yeah. I like that idea. I think a lot of people do it though, but yeah, you always go for the horse.
Yeah. So, do you guys have any other questions about this book?
Not really.
Like I said, the first chapter is the only one I've read in depth, and it is awesome. There's a section about campaign events, and it talks about putting events in motion, when not to shake it up, and world-shaking events. And it just goes over the different types of events that can happen. So, like a rise of a leader or a new era, fall of a leader or an era, cataclysmic disaster, assault or invasion, rebellion, revolution, overthrow, extinction or depletion, new organization, discovery, expansion, invention, prediction, omen, prophecy, myth, and legend. And so then it like tells you, I mean, it basically tells you what a good amount to do is, and it basically says try not to exceed 3 big events in a whole campaign. Because you're going to burn your party out on too many like big things. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Does that mean a single session or an actual overarching?
A full campaign. So it's like
used to playing Rifts, right? That's like 5 of those things in a single session.
Well, not really. Cataclysmic disaster was what made it Rifts. You still have you still have Prosic in charge of the coalition, and he's never changed. Yeah. I don't know.
Cataclysmic events.
And it says, and this is on like a large scale, not like a small, tiny local scale. And it even says you can do these more often on local scales than on large scales. But yeah, so it says you might want one towards the beginning, one in the middle, and somewhere near the end. Because the idea is these things will affect multiple sessions of adventures. And I kind of agree with it. I feel like it, doing it too much is like a shock tactic to keep your players interested, and it really, I think, would get like, oh, there goes another big thing.
If you're just flippantly doing it, then it feels like Deus Ex Machina, and it's not really...
Yeah. It's Die Hard with all the explosions.
The third Elder Dragon this week.
Right. Yeah, it's Die Hard with 1 million explosions.
So, Michael Bay.
And some people like it, and other people think it's just pointless. Actually, I was a little bummed out that my brother-in-law tore apart the Avengers movie for me. He was like, "No, it's stupid. Look at it." And he broke it down. I was like, "Oh my gosh, he's making valid points." I was so mad because I love that movie.
It's just comic book fan service.
Oh,
But
I
like the
loved
good
it.
kind of fan service. It's pandering it's nerd pandering.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, that's what the Hulk should say. That's what Captain America should do.
Well,
This is what
that wasn't
the
it.
Avengers-
He said from a story, if you look at the story of it and how it plays out, it doesn't make sense. And he explained it to me. I'm trying to remember what it was of why it didn't make sense. I wish I could remember. I'm going to think about that, and I will get back to you guys. Because this is going to drive me nuts now. But yeah, so I'm going to do what I'm going to do over the next few days. I'm going to try and release a new video a day about a chapter. And unfortunately, the next chapter is my least favorite chapter, and that's the planes.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like the social interaction.
No, I'm fine with talking about
I
that.
know.
That's a quick video, though. Don't have any social interaction. Just
the only
roll
social
dice.
interaction should be my axe to your face.
Right. But no, the next one is probably my least favorite, just because it's about planes, and I don't experiment with that very much. It does have a lot of information, so maybe I'll read something and be like, oh, wow, I need to use that. I'm kind of hoping I do. But I'm not real excited about reading this next chapter, unfortunately. I'm sure it's well done. I'm sure it has a lot of good stuff as I look at it. But yeah, we'll see. So I'm going to try and do this, like I said, once a day. I'm going to do a video about a chapter and my thoughts on it, what I think they did well, what I think could have been improved. And hopefully before the whole thing is released on the 9th to the rest of the stores, I will have this completed. So who knows? Real life might interfere. But
No matter what you say, I'm still getting the juice.
oh, I'm not trying to talk anybody out of it. Trust me, I like it. I'm glad I bought it, and I'm glad it was only $37 because of Black Friday. But like, there's nine chapters, right? So if I do it every day until I'm done, then the DM's guide will still come out a couple days after. So I guess that'll be how people can preview it a little further. Yeah.
I really don't have any more questions.
Good. Well, Mitchell, you
I'm
don't
still
have anything?
pre-ordered.
Anything on your mind,
No.
Mitchell, about it?
I don't really think the Dungeon Master's Guide is required, but it definitely would help, especially for when you're stumped and you need an idea for what to do for your characters, because there's not yet time to do the big reveal about the guy. And like, I need to throw them off somehow. I need to do this. So, ooh, look, random dungeon table. Let's roll out some of this stuff. Well,
I
they
am
need to get some better
currently,
gear.
yeah. I am currently sending out a couple more invites, but you have to send, if you're interested in joining it real quick, send me something on Facebook and I will send you the link. Probably take one or two people that might have questions. Or maybe
actually
they have
has
the
it.
book and wants to talk about something. But yeah. Robert, do you have any other things you're curious about in here?
So you said the world building part was pretty thin
Yes.
as far as the actual building worlds. But yeah,
I like what it says. When you read it, that whole first chapter, it gives you a lot of good stuff to think about. You know, it doesn't tell you, I mean, anything that our videos, like anybody's videos on YouTube, don't tell you.
Right.
But it does give you some good things to think about. It talks about like building a pantheon, which I talked about in my video. It talks about tracking time, which is cool. Different organizations, the disasters, for example, or the big events in your campaign. Yeah, I mean, it goes into currency a little bit, which is something I've never really put that much thought into, because I didn't want to overcomplicate things in my games. Even though if you really think about it, I mean, if they've got 1,000 gold in their pocket, how the hell are they able to fight? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love the forms of government that it breaks down.
Which ones are listed, by the way? I'm kind of curious.
Which what?
Forms of
Governments? Autocracy, bureaucracy, confederacy, democracy, dictatorship, feudalism, I can't say this word and it bothers me. Gerontocracy, so it's like the old people, the elders. Hierarchy, magocracy, which is run by mages. Matriarchy, militocracy, monarchy, oligarchy, patriarchy, meritocracy, plutocracy, republic, satrapy, kleptocracy, and theocracy. So,
a good number
yeah.
to choose from. And you can add your own to it, because I'm pretty sure they missed some, and all you have to do is type in forms of government and just like pencil in either in your copy or make a list on a sheet of paper that you can put on your Dungeon Masters folder. And it's just like, all right, roll.
Right, you could. The currency section, like it talks about trade bars, so like bars of gold or silver, for example. And then it talks about odd currency, and it says something about this Gond bells or small brass bells worth whatever, and they're given to the Temple of Gond. Shar rings, pierced and polished slices of ivory threaded onto strings by the nomads of the Shar, and then it says what they're worth. And then it talks about creating your own.
Seashells.
Oh, I do have to ask. I almost forgot.
Mhm.
Does it go into alternative forms of treasure? Basically, not so much like you can get gold or magical items. I mean stuff like connections, things that you can put like that appropriate to level and all. Like you say,
yeah, keep going. You're fine. You can keep talking about it. I'm going to go to the treasure section.
yeah, because I think, and I tried to do this with my current campaign, is there's actually a black market dealer who's good at running weaponry and some other contraband, and he has other connections to a big criminal organization, since my characters are not exactly of the most lawful sort. By helping him and doing a rather good job, making it so after everything has been said and done, he actually, instead of so much rewarding them with gold and stuff like that, giving them a connection to his people in the city, so they always have a place to trade goods and services as well as find work.
Right.
I don't know
Things
if
like
it's in
that.
the DMG, but I did a video on that, actually. It was a video
Who's the
response.
king of plugging their videos? I'm just kidding.
I was like, whoa, I can actually plug my own video for once. I actually did something that relates to something that is being discussed.
There's nothing in here about that when it comes to treasure. There is, under downtime, some stuff that might kind of go along with that.
Which actually, I think, what was it, where you're going out on the town? Like, most of carousing, most of the results are getting
about gambling.
gold, so even the things that are about social end up getting you treasure.
You're right. You make an enemy. This person, business, or organization is now hostile to you. Let's see. You can get into a romance. You earn modest winnings from gambling and recuperate your lifestyle expenses for the time spent carousing. You make a small fortune gambling. You are jailed for 1d4 days. One of the things I like is the whole that they expanded on downtime activities. The one thing I was really wondering if they were going to have in here was running a business, and it is in here. So I haven't read it yet. It doesn't look that in depth. Obviously, so for 100 days you roll a D100. Okay. Or at least that's how I think it works.
Oh, by the way, on the setup as the treasure bit for alternative forms of treasure, like giving those guys that connection, they did not get the connection. They saw he had a whole bunch of stuff, and the wizard decided to use basically a version of Burning Hands, but cold on him and froze him solid and then broke him into pieces and took his treasure.
Right.
They now have a large criminal organization after them.
They do break down treasure by like art objects and gemstones, though. So if you don't want to just give people gold, so you can do, they're going to get about 500 worth of gold, so let's give them some gemstones that'll equal 250, and let's go to an art object that equals 250, and then you give them that to add some flavor, and then let them do what they want with it. Here's the funny thing about that. As I read this, I was like, oh, this is really cool. I have a feeling if I did this with my one group, they'd say, oh, just leave it, it's whatever. And then my other group would be like, yeah, let's take it and sell it. So it's just kind of funny as I was reading that.
Do they give you tips on, like, putting together adventures and stuff?
They do. They definitely do. Let me go to that section real quick. So I'll read the sections of the adventures from the contents, and then you can ask me more specifically about them. So Chapter 3 is all about creating adventures. So I'll have that video up on Monday probably. Elements of a great adventure, published adventures, adventure structure, adventure types, complications, creating encounters, and random encounters.
Structure. Tell me more about this.
I will go into the structure. All right.
Hey, you gents. Hey, you juice.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
All right. How about you?
I'm all right. I'd say I'm pretty happy.
Yeah. Everybody's Facebook pics are blowing up with the shots of finally got here, finally got the mail, or wherever, picked up from their local shop.
Did you get yours yet?
No, I've been watching the whole 5e rollout from the sidelines. Actually, this summer cashed in all my other editions to start going for just first edition stuff. So I'm in this weird world of like reading the first edition DMG and hearing all about all the new stuff, and it's just kind of fun.
So you're looking at first edition stuff while all this good stuff is going on with 5th.
It's a lot lower cost point of entry. You can get all the rule books for like just a few bucks usually.
Right.
So it's just been kind of cool to see a lot of enthusiasm in the hobby again. You can just see on like you can go to Target and see the starter box, and anything like that is it's good for all editions, I'd say.
I completely agree. Definitely. Yeah, that's funny. So when are you coming out with your next project? I think you were starting it recently. I saw all the pawns you made of like 300 or something.
Taken forever. So kind of as time allows. Let's see. I started doing like sometimes I've seen people do this like furniture, or if they're hanging pictures where you take newspaper and like map it out. So I was trying to figure out the scale of going from like a basic edition to the 1-inch base miniatures. Okay, will this fit with these maps? And you've made some tiles too. It's always too cramped.
Yeah.
So I took any measurement and increased it by 50%. So just the keep, the fortress of this area, not even going into the caves and stuff, I want to say it's going to be like 6 foot by 9 foot or something crazy, like if you had it all laid out. So I'm looking at building either for scale in 3D or just the top tiles. So if you wanted, you could just swap out 2.5D and stuff. So it'll take a while, but I figured I'd just go for the challenge. So
see, I can't do. If it's bigger than my table, I don't even want to try to replicate that adventure.
Sure.
It's like I don't want to have to like move stuff off and put stuff on, and I do anyway because I need to be able to reach it from where I'm sitting. So it's just kind of a pain, but I like to have the something that is supposed to be representative of my area. But yeah, that's impressive.
Well, not yet. I mean, it's all just sort of being plotted out, but yeah, it takes a lot longer than you think to like plan for something like that. I know a guy that's been building like a one of those miniature sailboats, like a showcase quality one. I could
Right.
see him working on it all the time. He's just staring at the blueprints, and I thought it was kind of weird, and now I get it for sure. So
Yeah,
That was-
and just cutting the cardboard does. I mean, it takes forever. It feels like.
yeah, I'll probably do more foam for this one. I'm going to put all the time, and some of it's almost like maybe this would be something you could bring to a convention or something just to kind of showcase, or people could kind of see a little bit too. Would be maybe one dream for something like this. So I figure I'll make it out of parts of it a little more sturdy, so if falls off a table, it doesn't have a big bend in it or something. So
Right. Yeah, the foam definitely looks like it'd be a lot easier to work with.
yeah. For cutting, and if you get a black, it's already base painted for painting and all that.
Definitely.
But I don't mean to steer you guys from the DMG conversation. I was
you're
listening
good.
to it earlier when I was doing dishes and some stuff, and I figured if it's one of your chats, it's going to go for at least another 6 hours or so.
Actually, we were losing steam until probably 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
But no, you're good.
We're kind of losing steam around the time the monk was brought into question.
Yeah, basically, we started talking about the monk class and how it doesn't fit really
Mm.
D&D. But yeah, so you were asking about the adventure structure, Robert. The adventure
Yeah.
structure,
What did they
again,
say?
doesn't say too much. It just says in the beginner, start with a hook, obviously, and then goes on about adventure hooks. And the middle of an adventure is where the bulk of the story unfolds. It's really, it doesn't go that much into all of that, and it's just like you've read in every other Dungeon Master guide for whatever game. It's basically the same deal there.
Right.
And then it mentions at the end you want a strong climax. I have never had a campaign run completely through start to finish.
Oh my!
I've had more campaigns that have fizzled out after about 3 to 5 sessions. Whether somebody moved or they got a new job and so the schedule changed. That's my experience with gaming. People quit playing very shortly after starting most of the time, so they just lose steam really quick. And I'm one of those people, if I don't play for a month and a half in a campaign, I forget everything and don't feel like playing, usually. So
Right. So not much, huh? Just
no,
basically a
it
description
does.
of what it is.
Yeah, it does go into a little bit after that location-based adventures as opposed to event-based adventures.
Mhm.
And under location-based adventures, it gives you a bunch of tables, which are kind of nice. So, for instance, it has dungeon goals, and I think Nate had talked about this earlier on here. Find an NPC who disappeared in the area. Slay a dragon or some other challenging monster. So it's still pretty general. Discover why a villain is interested in the dungeon.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then wilderness would be establish trade with a distant town, map a new land, find a natural resource, hunt a specific monster, a bunch of other stuff. And then it goes into other goals that you can use, important NPCs, all sorts of different things related to the adventures. So that's location based. Then it goes into event based. An event based could be a crime spree, growing corruption, serial crimes, things like that. And some of the event based goals would be overthrow a tyrant, smuggle weapons to rebel forces, win a tournament, protect or hide an NPC, all sorts of different things. It's really, like I said, this book will be very helpful, if you're somebody who uses stuff more for inspiration as opposed to uses this stuff to be told how to do something.
Right. That's what I'm getting. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, the first chapter is, it does kind of tell you how to, build your world and set up your campaign and stuff, but most of it's still, all up to you.
Right.
But they do a good job of it, you know. It's not like they do a poor job of it. There's just certain things it feels like they put in here for the sake of filling some pages, you know, because I don't think they did a good job explaining how to do a race or anything. Like there's no nothing, there's no system for it. It's just, yeah, look at something else and reskin it, you know. Whereas they do a better job with like magic items, I think. But yeah. Oh, this is cool. There's some tables under villains, and it goes into like the villain scheme, methods, hireling. Oh, that's not a table, but it goes into their hirelings and stuff. The villain's weakness. So that part's cool. Let's see. A hidden object holds the villain's soul. The villain is weakened in the presence of a particular artifact, so like kryptonite, basically. An ancient prophecy or riddle reveals how the villain can be overthrown. So those are kind of cool. And then after that, it goes into the class options for villains, and that's where it goes into the death domain and the Oathbreaker for a paladin. And it says you can let your players choose these too, but yeah, I don't know. I just don't think they did. I feel like they could have added some more classes in here, and they really didn't. Huh. Adventure environments. Chapter 5 is all about that. That's kind of cool. They have a page in here that's dedicated to map making in the first chapter. Cool. And I thought that was kind of interesting, too. It talks about the different, like how to scale it, the purpose of it, the settlements, and then it goes into more about settlements, like settlement size, and what that would mean for different things, like commerce, the organizations, what kind of defense it has, things like that. And I thought that was really awesome. So, like I said, a lot of good stuff in here. I do recommend it. I do.
I'm getting it no matter what, but yeah.
Yep. Definitely. So anyways, what good one-shots do you guys have coming up? Anything good?
Yeah. Chepe. When are we playing Maid?
This is freaking Mike. Maid is January. I'm making sure I'll probably have the opportunity to run it in person before I run it online by then. And then also, I'm not sure. Actually, I was going to ask you, Robert, would you prefer me to split because we got 7 people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you prefer me to split it into 3 or 4, or try to do one giant 7?
I'm not sure if my computer would be able to handle 7.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe doing one late December and one early January. Two separate ones, and maybe have one person be in both if they're willing to do that. That way we have 4 people for each one.
Yeah, as long as I'm in the same one as Juve. God,
Okay. I got you. Okay.
Because you think that'll be hilarious, don't you?
Yes. Juve's character is the most racist thing I've ever seen. And the great thing is he didn't choose to do it, right? And made the RPG you roll your characters randomly. He literally rolled, right? And he had a choice of 2 things that the dice could have meant, and he chose the one that gave him the black option. Without knowing. Completely without knowing. The next one, his character steals, is lazy.
What are you trying to say here, Chepe?
I'm trying. No,
all right, I'm gonna head out,
this
guys.
This is the character he rolled up, and this is like it's the.
I don't want to be associated with this.
Okay. It's.
Don't worry, buddy. Juve will be the first one to joke about all this when he comes.
No, Juve was the one joking about this the entire time. Right. He loved it more than any of us, obviously.
I didn't even know because I made my character and I left, and it was Andrew and Juve were making theirs afterwards. But yeah, my character was like somehow all tied together to be an illegitimate daughter of Santa Claus.
I love your character so much.
Santa Claus would never cheat on Mrs. Claus.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
You see, there was this really hot woman that wanted to get off the naughty list and onto the nice list.
You haven't seen Mrs. Claus. She's smoking. Right?
Oh yeah. And it might be Mrs. Claus, but you'll never know because she's an orphan. This is all randomly rolled. It was like made no sense until the end. It was like, yes.
Right. Oh yeah, maybe her mom is.
His mate colors was red and green.
Yeah.
Rainbow colored hair. And so we were like, what makes sense for this character with the background? It's like Santa Claus. He's a divine being. That was your special quality?
Yeah.
We're supposed to determine what was good and evil. We're like, naughty or nice. You're Santa Claus's daughter.
That's
and
so
then
odd.
you also had Burns, and it had to do with him dying down the chimney and going after him or something like that. And him burning up in there.
Him trying to save his poor father from
So you guys
burning
made
alive
all
in
your
the
characters
chimney.
over chat then?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not live though. I definitely wanted to make sure all the social contract stuff was out of the way before
Gotcha.
putting maybe
It's
RPG
gonna
on the
be
internet.
Very interesting.
You know,
Yeah.
I tried going in to make a character that I made a long time ago when I was 14, and I succeeded on my rolls.
Yes,
to make her.
accidentally.
So for Made the RPG, everyone's a female though, right?
You don't
You can
have
play
to
the
be, but,
butler, but
yeah, but there's different rules for it.
That's so weird to me.
It's just easy to just make everyone a maid. For
Right.
the purposes of the one shot.
you need
Am
to
I-
embrace your inner moe juice.
I was gonna say, am I the only one in here who thinks it's odd to play like the opposite gender? Like I understand as like a DM having to do it, but as a player, I don't. And I know you've done it, Chepe, for sure.
Yeah,
But-
I did it in Null Inquisitors game, this Brigade Con. I've
Yeah.
playing a lesbian in the AJ's game.
I just find it
I think
weird.
I've played more female characters recently than male characters.
I've never done it. This will be my first time ever.
I'm doing
As
it
a matter
for
of
the
fact, you know what? I want to play with Juve and Andrew because I know.
It'll be hilarious.
Yes, we all have to play girls, and it's gonna be fun.
Mitchell, do you want to be the guy that plays in both games, by the way? Because
Sure, I'll do it.
Nathan's over here like, what did I come into, man?
I'm mostly thinking the one the mistake I made to GM when it was like the serving wench, and I made the mistake of saying, "What do y'all boys have?" And they said, "Well, you got to keep that voice up now." So I had to do the Southern Belle
that's
voice.
the best character, though.
Yeah, I'm just gonna compensate someone going buy me a drink. So I had to do all these voices. And
Robert
come
and
up
I are
with
from Louisiana. We do some pretty good Southern Belle accents.
okay.
So
know,
I am the only one who just thinks it's a little odd to play a female character.
I've
If you're
never
role
done it.
playing, you're role playing to be someone different. You're not role playing to be yourself, Juice.
I have to be able to relate, man, to my character in some way, shape, or form. Or I have a hard time connecting with it. I'm not that.
You have
good
a hard
at
time
an RPG.
connecting with women?
Ye-
Women
well,
are hard to understand. You heard it right here first on Juice. Gaming with Friends. We were going to talk about the DMG, but now we're just talking bad about women and politics and racism. No, I'm kidding.
Who
This
said
is
anything about
turned from a
politics?
discussion of the GMG to the water cooling.
No, I don't know. We've talked about the DMG pretty much to death. I don't know what else I can say about it unless people have direct questions. But no, I can't do it. I can do it as a DM because it's in short spurts usually. But to talk
the
in a
whole reason
female voice, I sound nothing like a female. Any guy I've had in my games who has played a woman, or I've played next to a guy who's playing a female character, it takes me out of it. And I'm not the most immersive kind of person. I'm not like 24/7 in character or anything. But it's just I always want to laugh when the guy next to me is making a soft voice and he's this big burly guy with a beard. You know, it's just it ruins it for me.
Yeah.
It's funny. It makes me laugh. I can't play it seriously. I have to play it as a joke.
He can't take women seriously. That's what he's saying. Juice can't take women seriously. Right here on Juice and Friends.
No.
On Juice and Friends.
As somebody who's been married for almost 10 years, I couldn't play accurately a female character. It'd be just total hooey. Wouldn't be
Yeah.
accurate. So that's part of it too. Is like if you're trying to get into character, it's like there's enough stuff I just can't imagine. Enough of the thought process I don't understand. Much less try and do that. So.
And then you don't want to be ultra realistic with it, you know. You don't want to be like, oh, it's that time of the month, you know.
Play an
Like,
interesting
there's no
character that happens to be female.
There's a table for that in the DMG, right?
Let me double check.
That's how you play a female character. Is you just play an interesting character that just happens to be female. That's good writing. That's good role playing.
That's a good point.
Okay, well here's a question for you. Actors and actresses in Hollywood don't usually play the other gender, even though they're good actors. And if they did, it would take you out of it, right?
Well, this is role-playing games. We're not trying to be good actors. That's
I'm
not the
not trying
point.
to be a good actor, but
Some people would disagree with that.
Exactly. There are people who are trying to be good actors in their role-playing games.
Well, I play role-playing games to experience the perspectives of many variety.
That's a good point.
I mean, I think some people can and some people can't. Yeah.
It grows
can't
you
do
as a
it.
person. That's all
I mean-
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I mean, like, for example, like in D&D games, I'll have a hard time playing short characters. I rarely ever pick a dwarf or a halfling or anything like that. I don't know why.
I want to play a halfling butler so bad you have no idea.
Unless it was like the whole thing. Like if everybody was gnomes or something, I think that would be okay.
This class, John Wick's...
Oh, the railgun.
Oh, the railgun. Oh, goodness.
Wicked Fantasy?
Wicked Fantasy. It has the halfling butler class, and I want to play that freaking thing so badly. But I don't want to run Pathfinder anymore. I want nothing to do with Pathfinder after 5th edition. I need a conversion.
Right.
I'll just
I
play
feel
a
you.
warlock, halfling, and pretend to be a butler. That'll be, I guess, kind of close. Not really, but whatever.
Convert the stuff that's interesting about it to 5th edition. And just
It's not quite that easy, because that's even overpowered even for Pathfinder, if that tells you anything.
That tells me a lot. Chepe is a power gamer. You heard it here first.
No. Yes,
On
right
Juice and
here on Juice and Friends. Power game only. AC 36, strength of 48, sword, shield, plate armor. That is the only
Magic
way to go.
shield, mage armor, all stackable.
All stackable.
Unlike in the 5th edition book. That'd
Yes.
be crazy.
I love that. Thank you, 5th edition, for making everyone actually remotely viable and interesting to play.
Why do they have to be vulnerable to be interesting?
Viable. By viability, I just
Right.
mean I mean they all receive some degree of attention to make them different from one another, instead of just, well, they can cast more spells.
It's like a wizard, but less awesome.
It's it's a
But
cooler
that would imply that
concept
wizards
than a
are
wizard,
awesome.
but we don't really deal with that anyway.
We all know barbarians are the best.
I hate barbarians.
Oh,
Halfling barbarian.
I actually enjoyed that I want to play a gnome barbarian so bad. One of my dream characters is named Bertha. She is a gnome cliff barbarian. It's also based off of a character class in John Wick's Wicked Fantasy. But
Man, you are the human hype machine tonight. You're plugging everything.
I know, right? But it's so great for inspiration because the archetype is you use your dex modifier for everything, and the whole basis of the class is you get a giant spear, and you go onto cliffs and you dive down on things and skewer them.
That sounds like how I play my games.
Yes, that's exactly what I want to do with a gnome barbarian female, but she's bare-breasted, and so it's flabbing as she's coming down. She's just this big, overweight gnome barbarian named Bertha.
Big Bertha.
Big Bertha. I love Big Bertha.
Oh my gosh, Chepe. You
It's
just
a dream
played like
character.
such a You just brought up such a stereotypical type of character in my mind.
What? Stereotypical?
Oh yeah, Big Bertha. I've been hearing a Big Bertha type people. That's always the name for a big girl.
Oh, for a big character, Bertha.
Yeah, or Big Betty. One of those two.
Just
What's your
bird-
character's name? Big Mama.
Big Mama. I love her backstory though. She had 3 husbands, and they all got emotionally traumatized from being married to her that they became monks. Each and every one of them. But so she has to raise her 8 kids by herself. But she's that badass that she can do so anyway. And she's the kind of person that just doesn't give 2 craps about anything, which is why I love that character so much.
It sounds like a cartoon comedy or something.
I'm a strong, independent, big woman. I don't need no man. All I need is my spare.
Better than that. Better than that. But yes,
Oh my gosh.
I want to play that character so bad.
Well, go post it up and see if we'll run it for you.
See who bites.
Some of my characters are serious. Some of them are not so much.
I want to play Who Farted so bad.
So, Mitchell, are you running any games coming up?
I'm actually trying to get my home game set up with finals and everything. I don't even have time to even think. I mean, I'm supposed to be right now studying, or not so much studying, as it is preparing a presentation for my IT ethics class. But I was like, I need a break. I'm going to talk with Juice.
What about you, Robert? You running anything?
Yeah, Robert, when am I going to play in one of your niche games, man? I still haven't done so yet.
Well, I got a Heroes Unlimited game coming up. That's not very niche.
Oh yeah, we gotta get together to make my character for that.
Yeah.
Wait, you're running a Heroes Unlimited game too?
Yeah, I was gonna do it a long time ago, and then Brigade Con happened.
And I think I said I couldn't play in it because I said I was busy. Yeah.
That's all right, man. Spreading around Heroes Unlimited love, man.
Don't worry, it's the return of Mr. Diddles.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Robert let me play Mr. Diddles.
Is it the Tick game?
No.
Yeah.
No, but he's bringing his character from the Tick game into the...
This one-shot group has made it so I have a supply of characters to port over to different games. It's kind of nice.
Yeah. So I got that. That's the one I'm running. I'm playing, obviously, in AJ Pickett's campaign. And I am so excited about that.
Wait, you're joining us this coming time? Robert?
I'm playing
your class?
AJ Pickett's D&D game coming up, and his Heroes Unlimited campain.
Oh yeah, when does that start?
That's going to be in January.
Is it in January? Yeah.
Okay.
Are you jumping into mine?
I still need to buy the PDF for
I think
Heroes
I have
Unlimited
you
so I
in
can make a character for that.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll join yours too.
I know it's full group, so I'm double checking it right now because I can't remember who's in it. I think it.
I know I'm in it because
I'm in it for sure.
Yeah, let me pull it up because I'm very curious, but I'm excited about that game.
I got another one too, though.
Game coming up.
I got another camp. Oh, go ahead.
Juice, don't you have a Heroes Unlimited campaign you're trying to get ready?
Yeah, that's what I was just mentioned. So mine, it's going to be a campaign, not a one-shot. Andrew Knapp, SR2 Joker, AJ Pickett, Juve, you Robert, you Mitchell, and then Troy Spencer, who I don't know if he has a YouTube channel or anything. I don't think I've seen him do videos or anything. But yeah, he was interested. So
Earl Grey T, is that the name of your channel by any chance? Earl T Grey?
Earl T Grey is the mixed up moniker. Yeah. So otherwise, you can, if you search Crafting Times, I might kick up my channel on that too.
Yeah.
And then Nathan, are you in? Or I'm sorry, Earl T Gray, are you in the one shot group?
You can call me Nathan. That's fine.
I keep getting confused because of Facebook and all that stuff.
Well, for a while the show was crafting with Nathan too. So
right.
Awesome.
What was I going to say? Groups right now, my Pathfinder group, we're on pause for a while. Everyone just got really busy. A number of us have kids. Mm-hmm. You got to pick who gets to play and who needs to get down to business and work and stuff. So I'm trying to see what I am open to more now, especially with a lot of the different first edition Facebook groups and some of the forums. is trying to see either. I've tried on the one shot before, but everyone's so into 5th right now. I don't think anyone wants to come back to a 1st edition game, but trying to set up maybe a 1st edition group. My dream would be if I could do something like this, either via Hangouts or something, like every other week or so. And
I'm sure you can
that's
find
kind of a good
somebody.
rhythm for me between work and kids and life and all that sort of stuff. So, but
did you see how we changed the one-shot group? So you set up an event and stuff?
I think I might have seen the announcement, and I was following a bit
It
around.
might help too, because what may have happened before is maybe your post fell to the
got
bottom.
buried.
Yeah.
That happened to me twice, so don't feel
yeah,
bad if
that's
it-
probably it.
You can bump posts too. I have no problem with someone bumping a post if it ends up like at the bottom and they're still interested. So.
Let me find it here. Yeah, maybe I'll put another call out too. Cool.
Yeah, and if you, I mean, I would. Well, you're looking for a campaign. I can't necessarily commit to playing in a campaign, but if you did a one shot, I commit to a one shot.
Yeah.
I forgot I'm playing in the Splicers campaign.
That's correct.
Damn.
And I got a 5th edition campaign coming up, and we got some good players, and Dungeon Master Brad is running it.
On the subject of Splicers, Juve is the one that is running it, who is currently in our chat, and also through Juve, I myself have been made a multiverse ambassador of Splicers.
Awesome.
That would be correct. I am the Palladium Splicer head of the group. And slowly getting into 5th edition.
Juve, do you have a lot of games coming up in the one shot group that you're playing in or possibly running?
I know I'm going to be at Splicers. I got sick today. I was supposed to do a level 4 build for a D&D game, 5th edition, your game for Heroes Unlimited, and a Call of Cthulhu game.
No
And then
love,
Made.
Jimmy.
What about Made?
And Made. God help me.
Just remember, this Made is not like the MTV show Made. This is like the I'm your butler kind of Made.
And the character I made was very, very,
awesome. Right?
Juve, I requested to be in the game with you. It's going to be split into a couple, and I said I want to play with Juve. Because I know it's going to be fun.
It should be funny. So I had to do something for the wife real quick, so I'll be right back. So I'm going to be on mute for a second.
All right, yeah, that's fine. Earl T. Gray, Earl Grey T, Nathan, Crafting Times. Do you have any DMG questions?
I guess I'd be interested. I followed from when they announced, okay, we're going from 5th edition or 4th edition. They were play testing, or even before that they were announcing. And I know one of the things that Mike Merle said is we're looking at every edition just to sort of see what the best of and pick and choose. And some of this is probably shown up in the player's handbook. Monsters Manual is, for the most part, it's just is what it is. It's a lot of stats. But I mean, are there things that you would say are notably different from 3rd or 4th that might be more of a throwback or just a different feel? Are there different things encouraged in this DMG? Or
how simplistic class progression is feels very second.
Yeah.
The fact that every single combat encounter has the opportunity to be deadly, even if you don't intend it to be, feels kind of second-ish.
Yeah. So know when to run, or running is a encouraged option.
At low levels, it's very lethal.
Yeah.
As you raise in level, though, the bell curve kind of goes in your favor for the most part and gets easier, it feels like.
Yeah.
It depends on how they're running their encounters, though.
Definitely. But it feels like it gets easier, and then it gets harder again. So it's hard feels like it gets easy, and then it feels like it gets hard again. It also depends on what class you are.
Sure.
Druids kind of become the powerhouse for a couple levels. I think from 2nd level through about 4th. And then fighters are kind of, they are what they are, and then once they start getting their extra attacks and their abilities, they become really powerful for a bit. Paladins are amazing once they hit a certain point, depending on the types of paladins and stuff. Spells are going to be your best damage output in a single attack as you get higher in levels. But again, you're limited by spell slots and stuff. Or in the DM's guide, it does a spell point conversion. It's almost like a mana pool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so that's kind of cool about this. And then comparing it to the others, I haven't played a lot of different versions of D&D. I've played 2nd edition, I've played Pathfinder, and 5th edition. And I would say Pathfinder's almost like 3.5, but more powerful. And one of the things that the reason I got into Pathfinder was because people said there's no dead levels. So when you level up, nothing happened, basically. And I would say 5th edition makes it so there are no dead levels. When you level up, something happens. Whether you get a new feat, get a new class ability, get a new... I mean, it just kind of goes on and on. There's always something new, it seems like. Unless there is the champion class, is that right? So the fighter, there's when you pick a fighter, there's 3 subtypes, right? You got a champion, a battlefield master or something like that, battle master or something, and then an eldritch knight. The battle master one gives you points. I want to call it superiority die, and so you can spend points to do maneuvers. So like trip attack, a shove, parry, different things. The champion version is a very basic fighter, and what I mean is it's like the most simple character in the whole game. So that one might not have an option at every level.
Instead, it just gives you miscellaneous buffs like improved criticals and stuff like that. Or it actually gives you one of what I think is really, really interesting. It gives you a second fighting style.
Yes, but it is more simplistic for your newer players who've never played RPGs and stuff. I have a player in one of my games that I kind of told her she should do it because she can't grasp. Like, we've played so many games and she just can't grasp anything. So I just was like, you should just go with that since you're a fighter. So, and that came up last night. But yeah, it seems like there's a little bit of everything taken from other games. I think the maneuvers came from 4th edition. I could be wrong. Chuppe, did you ever play 4th? Oh, Mitchell, did you play it?
I actually owned every book of 4th edition when it was out.
So you could elaborate on the differences between 4th and 5th a little bit better.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep.
It's completely
But the way the fighter works in 5th edition, it uses superiority dice, which is just like spell points or spell slots where after a long rest you get them back and stuff like that. Number you've picked and all like that. And it basically is almost copy-pasted from 4th edition. But 4th edition was more on a global cooldown system where you had its by encounter at will and certain days with certain abilities actually being only usable like once a month or once a year, but those were like insanely like 9th level stuff, like truly world destroying once a year kind of things. And that's where the fighter got its stuff. It had one of the at will abilities was a shield bash or a trip and stuff like that, and it really carried over to the battle master for the fighter. It's like I'm looking at the fighter, I'm just like, okay, so they took the MMO aspect of how this went with, but it made it more cohesive to what actually D&D was. Good for them.
I got introduced to D&D in 2nd edition, and I kind of like went on from there. I did 3.1, 3.5, but I didn't really enjoy it too much. It kind of ruined me on the genre because I would play in the campaign for about I either get hooked up with people and say, "Oh, we're gonna do D&D, and it's gonna be epic," and I'm like, "Okay, fine." Sit there, make the character, get everything done, and then like the game would never happen, or we played 2 sessions, it was done, or the infamous one player's a rules lawyer, or people got too much involved in their characters and start having fits at the game table. After that, I was pretty much done with D&D.
Yeah, but that sounds more like player issues than
Yeah.
game issues.
It was, and that's correct. It was player issues, and I was more of a sci-fi geek than high fantasy. So, but with this new D&D fifth edition, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of interested to the point where we're having discussions about buying the entire set of all the new fifth ed stuff. But
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I interrupted you. You go ahead.
Yeah, because I like second edition. I wouldn't mind playing second edition again. I'm still trying to decide whether I want to just buy the old school books or buy the new Wizard of the Coast errata books. They're like $50 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
Second edition, it wasn't that bad. It was all right. I liked it. It was fun. It just, I played in a group, I think, that didn't. There were like house rules, and they didn't play certain things by the book, and so it kind of threw me off because I did things with my character based on the book, and then it was like things weren't ran that way, and so it kind of ruined my concept a little bit. I still enjoyed. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say that happens a lot. That's the other big issue that people want doing a lot of house ruling. Necessary just because they really. I mean, there's good for have some house rules, but when you have everything house rule, it pretty much becomes like a completely different system. And for some people, that just does not work well. I know it doesn't for me.
Right. No, the group I played with hadn't played since like the early 90s, I think, or I take that back, that's not true, because my wife played in a campaign with them. So it would have been mid to late 90s was the last time they had played. And it was last year that they had played for the first time in over 15 years. And so instead of going through, at least this is how it felt, maybe they did, but it felt like the DM didn't go through and read the book again. He just kind of assumed he remembered how things went and just kind of let it be. For instance, I was a fighter. The only reason I even picked being a fighter is because of specialization. Well, we had a ranger in the party, and he let him specialize with bow. And so he was better with a bow, better with weapons than me, overall better than me at everything, you know? And so, which is fine. And then he had a long sword and a short sword because he was dual wielding, and it wasn't a penalty for him. And I couldn't do that without having a penalty. So, you know, it made being a fighter kind of suck. And so then and I had pointed that out, and so then he was mad that I pointed that out. We had another fighter in the group who wasn't as strong as my character, but I had only 5 hit points because I rolled poorly, and we rolled for all of our hit points, which that doesn't bother me. But she was the one who was new to D&D, or new to RPGs in general, and so every decision she made for her character seemed like it was based on every decision I made for my character. So whatever weapon I chose, she chose the same thing, you know, and so there was no distinguishing differences, which made it not fun for me either, because I like to be different than what else is in the party. And if somebody else is playing the same class, I will do something in the game to make my character different. So, but the second edition system is not a bad system at all.
I mean, there was plenty of books for it.
Oh yeah, you know, it's a decent system. There were things I just didn't like about it, and then that game didn't run exactly by the books either, which made it a pain in the butt too. So,
I mean, I would be interested. I'm not gonna lie, because the funniest game I had was second edition. The problem was I was the thinker of the bunch, and everybody else was the hack and slash. So I would be the one trying to figure out the puzzle, and they'd be the one like, well, do whatever. Let's go find some ogres to chop up. And I'm like. And the DM was constantly like, if you just did this little bit of work here, you would have gotten this much more stuff. I mean, not everything is like blow it up and set on fire, which I know my reputation is kind of around that at this point in time. But I've gotten better. I haven't killed anybody in like months.
Oh, Juve.
I think it was just that first couple of one shots, Juve with the TPKs.
I still like his nickname, TPK Juve.
Wow.
Or PK Juve. That works too.
Yeah, you know what? I will let that. I will accept that title for now. I kind of like it because everybody knows ahead of time. I will potentially kill your people off if they're stupid or just unlucky.
or if you're stupid and you shoot a rocket launcher at your party.
What about Sleepy Rex?
I'm waiting for somebody else to earn the nickname of PK or TPK, and then Juve. At that time, we will take it from you and give it to them.
That will work.
With my character in Splicers, I have regeneration for my character, where if I actually make my death save, I really regenerate the wound, and I'm back to my feet. So if I accidentally set something off, my character might be the only one to walk away.
Yeah, I gotta say, you guys are gonna have to watch that. I mean, they got a lot of good games coming up, but the Splicers games is gonna be something special. We got Andre Martinez playing.
Unfortunately, Andre is not going to be able to be in it. His schedule is at a conflict, so we do have one more open spot for that. But yeah, I talked to him today, and he has some other obligation he has to do with, and it has to be on a weekday. So he said that he'll catch up with us on a later date.
Okay.
Oh well.
That's a bummer.
We'll have to find somebody else to play the Plague Ranger.
Andre's awesome too.
Yeah, I really want to play with that guy. He seems like a really cool dude.
Yeah. You could almost do. He seems like, and I could be wrong, but he seems like someone that in a game you could do almost anything, and he's just gonna say, "Oh yeah, that's cool, let's do it." Like, he seems so like laid back about some stuff.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah. So who's gonna join? We need another Splicers. Okay.
When you're running it this month though, aren't you?
That was I'm running whenever everybody's can be available for the same time.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I won't be able to, I don't think, unless it was like mid to late January, and that's a long time. You might as well run one now and then run another one then, at 2 months from now. So, you know what I mean?
I'm totally fine with that. So yeah.
I wonder if AJ will be okay with it, since he seems to be really into Palladium. I'm not sure if he's played Splicers though.
Would you guys agree with the thing I put in the chat? The second edition-esque things in 5e? I was trying to...
Openness for creative problem solving and improv? Yeah, I'd say so.
Like, it's... Second edition, it feels like you're forced to kind of think on your feet on a lot of things.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think anything before 3.5 was like that.
So
like
that's kind of a nod back to that, because 5th edition gives you a lot of freedom with what you do with your movement and your actions and just how advantage and disadvantage work, so it kind of gives you openness for more...
It does talk about
creativity.
it a little more in the DM's guide, and I have not read it yet. It does talk a little bit about advantage and disadvantage. I can't remember where exactly it's at. Oh, I wish I could remember it. Running the game, probably. That's got to be where it's at. So, 233. Yeah, they talk a little bit more about stuff like that, and then they go into tactics, with grid play and stuff in this as well. Using flanking, which everyone keeps talking about, and some other things. Well, that's interesting. I haven't seen that yet. Marks of prestige. What is this? Magic items? Oh.
Is there a prestige system?
No.
Okay.
After all the magic weapons and stuff, there's a section that says other rewards. This might be a little bit about that social thing that we were talking about earlier. I don't know yet. As much as adventurers desire treasure, they often appreciate other forms of reward. This section, it's weird because it's after like the 100 pages of magic items. All of a sudden, there's a couple pages of this. So
Here's something that's not magic items.
right. This section presents a variety of ways that gods, monarchs, and other beings of power might recognize the character's accomplishments, including supernatural gifts that give characters new capabilities, titles, lands, and other marks of prestige, and boons that are available only to adventurers who have reached 20th level. Oh.
So I have a question. How long does it take to get to 20th level? Does that take years or months?
You mean like in-game or?
Yeah, in-game. How long does it usually take someone to get to 20th level?
I've never got there.
It would, on average, the experience curve would take you years unless you could actually roleplay with the way your character actually gains power for like a fighter or something. It would take them years because of the amount of martial training that it takes them to get there. For a wizard, it would take years. For a warlock, on the other hand, they don't draw their power from knowledge or from some blood gift. They are receiving their power directly from somebody who has it. They're just getting power because they're able to draw more.
Or a cleric, basically?
Yeah, or a cleric would be able
to... From a spell perspective. Not necessarily from a hit point perspective.
Yeah.
Because I would say the hit point perspective is like taking body hardening classes.
Yeah.
So that's why everybody's doing like multiple different level of builds because it takes forever to get to them levels?
Yeah, maybe.
You mean like in the one-shot group or something? Or what do you mean?
Like I've seen, even in outside of one-shot, I see sometimes people say, well, build a level 4 character or level 5 character. That's where everyone starts at.
Well, I think it even says in here starting at higher levels. Sometimes if you've played in a lot of D&D games and you're like me and you've played in a lot that fizzle out after 3 or 4 sessions, you have played the first 2 or 3 levels to death and you've never been able to use some of the abilities of the higher levels, so you might start at a higher level. Plus, you already know how to play the game. If you're not an experienced player, you should... And for instance, if somebody is brand new to role-playing games, you don't say, hey, let's play a 20th level game, because now they have way too many options. You know? It's too much to comprehend. You know? But for somebody who's at least played the game a few times and wants to dabble with some of the different abilities, I think starting at higher levels is perfectly fine.
Either that or the Dungeon Master found a couple entries in the Monster Manual that require 5th level characters to take on.
Sure. Or your story revolves around the fact that they have to be well-established adventurers. So maybe the story of your campaign is that there's some well-established adventurers, and they're already together as a party. Let's just pick up at 6th levels, for instance.
Okay.
Or you want to play a printed
And
module
you can do that
that's set up for 6th level and higher, or whatever level. That's another reason you might choose to do it. Wow, this section's pretty cool. I can't believe I didn't see this
I like
before.
to actually do the previously bit, like you haven't been with your group for a while, and it's like a year and a half later, it's like, hey guys, work just settled down, and I heard you guys got a new home and stuff like that. You guys want to play up again? And everybody agrees, like, all right, level up your character twice. You guys have been more established and stuff like that in the world.
So you want to hear something kind of cool? This section, obviously it's for 20th level or higher player characters.
Good lord.
Well, you're given a reward by like a deity or somebody. Somebody of supernatural power. So there's a page of boons. And one of the boons is Boon of Peerless Aim. You can use it once per day. It gives you a plus 20 bonus to a ranged attack roll you make. So you're basically guaranteed to hit unless you roll a 1. So if you've got that archery thing where you can choose to take a -5 to hit and add 10 damage, that's like the perfect time to use it right there. Dang. There's a bunch of them on here that are really powerful. Okay, there's a boon of skill proficiency, and this one is kind of ridiculous to me. You gain proficiency in all skills. That's it. It doesn't say you only get it once per day or anything. You're just proficient in everything.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
Wow. That's ridiculous.
How?
Well, that's technically only a plus
It's
6 to all your skills.
It's a supernatural blessing of some sort. That's just the deal. Yeah, but you're talking 20th level. It's a plus 6?
Unless you're, I forgot which class it is, but you actually get double your proficiency bonus to your skills. For some,
Rogue.
Yeah.
So you're stealthing at a plus 15 or something.
18.
Probably. Yeah, something crazy. It goes up to 9?
Oh, sorry, not plus 18, plus 12. My bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, that'd only be 12. Yeah, that's crazy. Boon of combat
Still,
prowess, boon of fate, resilience.
Oh, no, wait,
you
it
have
would be
resistance
plus
to
18,
bludgeoning,
because by
piercing,
then
slashing.
their dex would be around 19 or so.
Okay. These are crazy. I love this. Magic resistance. You have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. That is crazy, crazy OP. Obviously, it's meant to be because now you're fighting things CR 30s and stuff. So.
Yeah, you're fighting gods and devils and eldritch
Wow.
horrors, the like of which had never seen the light of day.
So here's what it says. They can be used as a form of advancement, a way to provide greater power to characters who have no more levels to gain. With this approach, consider awarding one epic boon to each character for every 30,000 XP he or she earns above 355,000 XP. That is awesome.
Of course, at that point, that 30,000 XP is going to be rightfully earned.
Here's another thing it says. Alternatives to epic boons. You might decide to grant one of the following rewards to 20th level character instead of awarding an epic boon. These two options can be awarded to a character more than once. Ability score improvement. The character can increase one ability score by 2 or increase 2 ability scores by 1 each. The ability score can now be increased above 20 up to a max of 30. New feats. The character gains a new feat chosen by the player, but subject to your approval. So I don't know if it's saying you could do this or that, or do both. Screw it, just do both.
It sounds like where it's just, okay, you can choose to either level up your stats or you can take a feat.
Yeah, but it doesn't say this or that. Oh, yeah, it does. 2 options. So you can choose to bump your ability score. But if you have a max of 30, now let's think about how powerful your barbarians can be with unarmored defense.
Same with the monk.
Right. You get them both to 30. So what would that be? That would be like 10. So plus 20 AC. Right?
Yeah, he would actually have an AC of 30.
Yeah, without shields, without proficiency, without anything else.
Yeah.
Without the finesse. So if you have finesse, then you could get, that'd be plus 6, so you get to 36, 38 with a shield. You're almost at an AC of 40 with the barbarian. If you maxed it out.
You just cash in like, hello, I would like to take on Tiamat.
Oh yeah,
You can leave the
one-on-one.
party behind. I'll take it on solo.
I challenge, yeah, I challenge your biggest, baddest deity to a one-on-one fight.
Oh, winner take all, no hold barred, bare knuckle cage match.
Yeah, but you got to remember the worst, the most difficult monsters in 5th edition have like a plus 14 to hit, right? So that's on average a 25 to hit. So they're still going to hit him a lot at AC 30.
Yeah, but if it's a barbarian, their health is going up each time, and as your health your constitution increases, so does your health, as well as your AC.
Yes, good point. But the barbarian doesn't regain hit points automatically every start of a round. The monsters that are high levels tend to do that, it seems.
Oh yeah, that's right. Man, those things are OP at times.
Yep, he's not going to end up with hit points in the 400, 500 range either. So.
Yeah,
I made a warlock that nearly broke 300 at level 20.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
dude, barbarians are resistant to all damage except for psionic.
Oh,
See,
yeah,
that's
that's
why
right.
you just gotta add exhaustion levels to every attack of the monster.
Yeah.
Because you can die from exhaustion.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's some lesser things that are still cool. A blessing of a weapon enhancement. One non-magical weapon in your possession becomes a +1 weapon. So that's kind of cool. So just little blessings here and there you can get. But see, that wouldn't make it
I'm back.
magical, would it? Doesn't say it would. I would probably treat that as a non-magic weapon. Boon of Resilience is resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage.
I wonder if that stacks with heavy armor mastery.
What, Boon of Resilience?
Yeah.
I'd allow it. Otherwise, there was no point in ever taking that feat.
Yeah.
Wow. Boon of Perfect Health. Boon of the Stormborn. You have immunity to lightning and thunder damage. You can also cast Thunder Wave at will without using spell slot or any components. The save DC is 15.
Did they actually go in and tell you exactly what at will means? Because in 3.5 they actually did, and at will meant at any time it was basically an immediate action, but you only had one per round, and it was basically a free action.
That would mean it's a bonus action then. Right?
No, it was completely separate from bonus action. It was an individual action, is what at will in 3.5 was.
Yeah, I don't see anything in here about it, and I didn't see anything in the player's handbook about it.
Well, that's another throwback to 2nd edition, by the way, to go back to his earlier question. There's a lot of things in 5th edition that are specifically worded to be homebrewable. Like, this is probably one of those situations where they don't explicitly define certain things to just kind of let it be up to the GM's ruling.
Keep it flexible.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's a slight nod back to older before 3.5, because Pathfinder is the exact opposite mentality where you explicitly define everything, but this is this spell-like ability from this spell that references this other spell over here in this class that you got over there in the advanced particular source book.
Here's what I will say too. 5th edition, while it takes a lot of stuff from the various editions, it does not, in my opinion, it does not feel like any other edition. It feels like its own game. And I know early on when people are like, oh, this 5th edition, it feels like 2nd edition. I kept hearing that. In my opinion, it does not feel anything like 2nd edition. It feels like its completely own thing. And it just has nice little things that are similar to those. So that's kind of nice about it.
I think it's people had a play style that they enjoy now that they can replicate in 5th edition that was in 2nd edition.
Yep.
Mainly
Yeah,
that openness for creative problem solving, or the not having things feel like an MMO, not having skills refine everything down to a teeth, and the openness for homebrewing, things like that.
Right.
Well, yeah. How many times are you actually going to be rewarded for you trigger the plate on the ground? You see a bunch of gears that you thought were originally just normal stonework start to move. What do you do? And your first question is, I jam my spear into the opening of the gears. You actually get rewarded for good role playing and say, okay, the gears stop.
Right.
In front of you, you see a pendulum halfway down.
Oh, that totally took off what I was going to do. Thanks for reminding me, Mitchell. I was going to look at advantage and disadvantage.
Oh, crap. Are there traps in the new DMG?
There are. There
All
are
right.
not very many, but there definitely are. I will get to that. Let me look at this advantage thing
You
first.
think they would have done that for the dungeon stuff?
Yes, it is in here. But here, let me go to the advantage disadvantage section first.
Well, I know in the 4th edition DM Guide 2, they had a lot more traps listed in there, so maybe they're holding back when they
Right. They have a trap
release.
hook.
Yeah, people generally say that the second edition DMG was like the best. It was like a great one.
Pathfinder Game Mastery Guide is the best DM guide of anything, hands down, in my opinion, of everything I've seen. Now, obviously, I've heard was it Rules Master or something like that?
Roll Master.
Roll Master. Yeah, I've heard that one's pretty amazing. I think Tim Harper brags about that one, and I believe Matt Click does as well. But okay, so advantage and disadvantage. Consider granting advantage when circumstances not related to a creature's inherent capabilities provide it with an edge. Some aspect of the environment contributes to the character's chance of success. A player shows exceptional creativity or cunning in attempt to or describing a task. Previous actions, whether taken by the character making the attempt or some other creature, improve the chances of success. Consider imposing disadvantage when circumstances hinder. Some aspect of the environment makes success less likely. An element of the plan or description of an action makes success less likely. Because advantage and disadvantage cancel each other out, there's no need to keep track of how many circumstances weigh on both sides. Yada, 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 whatever. Then it goes into inspiration and awarding inspiration, which Nathan, if you haven't heard, inspiration is like a hero point. Basically, you earn it, and then you can spend it whenever you want as a player. And then it grants you advantage. An advantage is rolling 2d20s and taking the higher, obviously. Whereas disadvantage is rolling 2d20s and taking the lower. If you know you're going to have disadvantage, sometimes people will cash their inspiration to cancel it out and just have a normal d20 roll as well. So it says to do it for role-playing, for example. Take into account each player's role-playing style and try not to favor one style over another. For example, and then it gives you an example of someone uncomfortable role-playing. Award it for heroism. Award it for a victory, which is kind of interesting. So basically you're like promoting them killing a bad guy, it sounds like.
I like to use it as a way of rewarding as well, but typically most of my players have a really hard time or don't really want to role-play the role-playing bit. They just want to kill stuff. But typically I would give it away as like they role-play the combat really well. But then I start making it fewer and fewer, and I start making it so they get the inspiration from trying to actual role-play their character, like their personalities and stuff like that. If they trying, and I see this, I'm like, get inspiration for trying hard, man. I can feel the character and stuff, and it gives them more of an incentive to do this.
This next one reminds me of Robert Ogre. It says award them for genre emulation, and all I can think about is ninjas and super spies. So I like that. So that's kind of cool. And then,
oh no, Mr. Squid, no!
I just made a video on genre emulation.
I love it. Nice job. And then the next one is players and inspiration. Remember that a player with inspiration can award it to another player, blah, blah, blah. So then it goes a little bit further into when you award it, tracking it, ignoring inspiration. And then the last part is a variant rule for inspiration. And it says only players can award inspiration. That's the variant rule. Which, I don't know if I like that. If I want my players giving themselves and other players inspiration, I feel like you'd have to have a group that you could really trust to not do it for meta reasons, you know?
I typically wouldn't do that. I thought one of the ways you can do that was for advantage in flanking. One of the people chooses who has advantage during the flanking.
Oh, like who's taking the front and who's trying to take the back, or something like that?
Well, yeah. I thought in the flanking rules it specifically says not inspiration, but advantage is given to one of the characters.
Mm-hmm.
So That's typically as far as I would take it. I wouldn't say, well, you kind of earned that inspiration through good role playing. I mean, why? I know you're trying to meta a little bit and give it to the other guy with a big ass battle axe and a +4 to strength, but
Yeah. So here's something interesting that, I've never really thought of doing much, but resolution and consequences. It says you determine the consequences of attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. In most cases, doing so is straightforward. When attack hits, it deals damage. When a creature fails, the creature suffers a harmful effect. Then it says success at a cost. And it says a character managed to get her sword past a hobgoblin's defenses and turn a near miss into a hit. But the hobgoblin twists its shield and disarms her. So even though she hit, you can still disarm her, for example. Or a character narrowly escapes the full brunt of a fireball, but because of it, they're prone. So it's like, yeah, they barely made it by like 1 point, or they tie and you're giving it to the player. But because it's so close a call, there's some kind of a consequence to their success still. So I think that's kind of cool. A character fails to intimidate a kobold prisoner, but the kobold reveals its secrets anyway while shrieking at the top of its lungs, alerting other nearby monsters. A character manages to finish an arduous climb to the top of a cliff despite slipping, only to realize that the rope on which his companions dangle below him is close to breaking. So I don't know. And then it goes into degrees of failure and things like that. So that's kind of cool, I think, because I've never really thought of, they made the roll, they were successful. Let's also still have something bad happen.
There's a lot of games that still have done that.
Yeah.
Burning
actually,
Wheel.
Palladium does that really well. You may succeed the roll, but the closer it is to the target number, the significantly more rocky the skill check was, if I remember right.
That still comes down to how you run it as a DM, but it's not inherently written in there or anything, I don't think, if I remember right. But yeah, I don't know, I've never thought to do that though. Like, I feel like that'd piss my players off if I'm like, yeah, roll to hit. Okay, you rolled a 16. Then I'm thinking to myself, his armor class is 15. Yeah, you hit, but as you hit, your sword vibrates and you drop it or something. I never thought of doing something like that. Visibility, noticing other creatures. See, this is all later in the book, and I've only read the first chapter, so seeing some interesting stuff. Oh, okay. Is this what we went over earlier?
Of course, if you're going to do it for the players, you got to do it for your monsters too, though.
Oh
because
yeah,
you could be having goblins strike at them, and somebody have heavy armor master, and they strike them with the spear. I'm going to find a way that they're going to be able to trap that spear if they miss or something.
Right. Yeah, from a more interesting point of view, I think it would spruce up combat for sure. Instead of just I roll, I hit, I roll, I miss.
Yeah.
Because now you can add more things to it. Like, maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll make my own charts for if you roll and hit the armor class exactly. Maybe I'll make my own charts for like consequences.
Oh, that'll be interesting. Oh God, why do I feel like our 5th edition group might be playtested with that?
Because that's probably where I'd start it. Oh, interesting. Oh. Why? Yeah, never mind. That's not that interesting. My bad. Yeah, and then, like I said, everyone keeps pointing to the flanking. I don't think it's that big of a deal, personally.
It really only comes into play when you got the rogue and everybody's like, no, I give an advantage to the rogue. Because if they have advantage, they get their sneak attack off.
Well, yeah, that's how it's written in the player's handbook, but now it's an optional rule in the DMG, and everyone's super excited about it. But I don't think it would be that hard. If you really want it in your games, just give advantage to everybody who's flanking.
Yeah.
Or whatever. They also have an optional rule in here called facing. So basically, wherever you're facing, so you'd have to declare where your character is facing. And that gives different bonuses and things like that. So shields apply their bonus to AC only against attacks from the front.
So this is like 5th edition, hardcore edition.
Ooh, I like that.
Well, these are all optional rules, and
Yeah.
what they are doing is making it so you can get as technical as you want, or stick with the player's handbook, which is pretty open. And I like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like you just got your regular rules, then you got your advanced rules.
Right. I'm trying to figure out what it lets you. So, a creature can't flank an enemy that it can't see. Creature also can't flank while it is incapacitated. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, okay. So if you regularly use miniatures, flanking gives combatants a simple way to gain advantage on attack rolls against a common enemy. But you have to be completely on the opposite side of them. You can't just be two characters next to a monster. And so that's the difference between that and pack tactics, for example. Because I was worried that they would negate using pack. What would be the point of your monsters having pack tactics if you're allowing this rule? Well, now I'm seeing how it's written out and stuff, and it makes more sense. So there's that. There's optional rule diagonals, and that's where it's every square is like 5 feet, 10 feet kind of deal to go diagonal, like every other one, which I think was in other games anyway. But yeah, facing, adjudicating reaction timing. Chases. I like the chases too. That's kind of cool. There's so much in here, man. So much. I don't even know how I'm going to implement it all, if I ever will. Oh, but no, you were asking about traps. I'm sorry, Robert. I forgot.
Oh, that's okay. I was liking that. Now you're making me like. I'm feeling happy about it now.
You're feeling happy about what?
About buying it now to DMG.
Good, good. Like I said, they have 3 diseases in here, all sorts of different poisons. Madness rules, so you can go crazy. Where are these traps? I don't remember.
When you make your own traps, what do you like to look at for like inspiration and stuff?
I don't really look at anything for inspiration. I'll watch videos and the crafting stuff sometimes. I think the people who do crafting stuff come up with some neat little things.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like it seems like everything's been done, but I know it hasn't. So I don't know. I'm not good at the traps. Spikes, pits, logs, tripwires with poison.
Yeah, 120 through 123. Yeah, I don't usually do a lot of traps because I think traps are kind of unreal. I feel like they're, I say unrealistic, but it's a fantasy game with magic, so everything's unrealistic.
Yeah. Well, and plus I've been running modern games for so long that I don't know, never really put much thought into traps,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't use a lot of them, and I just don't think they make sense most of the time. Like, why? For instance, it's like the dungeons where you go into room A and there's a trap if you open this door, right? Then you go into room B and there's 60 kobolds, right, or whatever. Then you go into room C and there's another trap. Room D is some other monster that's just happened to be in here. Like, so those kobolds that were between the 2 traps can't go anywhere because they're going to set off a trap, And what's the point of them setting off, like, having a trap set up, while they're in there? There's no point.
Right.
I guess I feel like most people who do traps, it just doesn't make sense how they do it. And so I try to make my traps make sense.
Yeah.
I'll use magic traps that are like for instance, last night I had a alarm ward spell set on the cave entrance, and so it gave the bad guy enough time to burn papers and flee out his secret door to the outside, which was always his main entrance in and out of the cave. And then there was a trap earlier in the dungeon too, but he never used it, so that's why.
Well, I mean, if you think about, like Mayan temples and, Egyptian pyramids, there's traps and stuff in there, like real life,
But they're tombs.
Right.
It's like nobody should be going into those. For example, it's dead bodies,
Yeah,
and
I
there's
guess.
treasure in there. It's not like they live in it.
Right.
So,
Or like if somebody set up at a camp somewhere, or even like a little hidden, village or something, they'd have traps to ward away people trying to come,
right.
stuff like that,
Yeah.
I
I
could see
think having
reason
like a
for it,
bear
but-
trap or something out in the wilderness makes sense, or a net that catches somebody in the wilderness. That makes complete sense to me.
Yeah.
But random dungeons having a bunch of traps spaced out between a bunch of things that live there don't make a bunch of sense to me.
I get it, yeah.
I'm looking at you, Tomb of Horrors.
What
Old
were you thinking,
modules.
Mitchell? I know you were thinking something. What were you gonna say?
Oh, you mean what I take as inspiration, or?
Yeah.
I've recently got back into two games that were so addicting. I'm really not sure why I got back into them, but it was Fallout 3 and Skyrim, and I gotta say, some of the stuff that they got in there, my players are gonna hate me.
Oh, I'm in the room right now with a Fallout 3 addict. I've seen every inch of that game.
I'm still playing Skyrim.
One does not stop playing Skyrim. One takes a break to get back up on the games they haven't played yet.
Yeah, I haven't finished it. I haven't beat the game yet. I've had it for a couple of years now, and I still play it. I don't even know how many hours I have into it. But in fact, I just finished the what was the part? Like a bunch of stuff with the college. But anyways, without ruining it for other people. So the traps here, it does have traps, by the way. And it gives you how to come up with the trap save DCs and what the attack bonus should be from them. And it gives you the damage severity by level. And it does them in tiers. So for instance, a weak 1st through 4th level trap will do 1d10 damage. A setback trap, is 1d10. A dangerous trap for 1st through 4th level is 2d10, and deadly is 4d10. That's all for 1st through 4th level. So that kind of gives you an idea for that. Now a setback trap, save DC should be 10 to 11, and the attack bonus, so say it shoots arrows, should be +3 to +5.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of cool.
One that I came up with that was really fun were these hanging fish hook kind of things that hung 5 feet off the ground. And the reason they were 5 feet off the ground is because the kobolds set them up as a way to ensnare people that encroached upon their lair. And since kobolds don't even reach 4 feet, they could run full tilt without snaring themselves on the hooks. And if somebody's running after them, like the average adventuring party is around 6 feet, so, DC 12 perception check. If you don't make that, you're about to take. Yeah, DC 15
it hooks your
is
eyelid.
Yeah, it's right at chest and head level.
I like that. That's a good one.
That is good. So it has sample traps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 samples.
It was even better. We had a dwarf in the party who was 4 feet 3 inches. He actually was catching up to the kobolds because he had a lot of points into his athletics and stuff. And he, as they had entered the room, he had decided it was a good idea to jump and try to drive his axe into them. So if he had kept running, he would have caught up and taken them down. But since he jumped right in the middle of the traps, he basically just hung himself, and I got to describe it in such gory detail of how he hung himself on his hooks.
Sounds like something from Saw. Oh, so here, okay, so I'll tell you the names of the traps, and that's about it. But collapsing roof, falling net, fire-breathing statue, pits, poison darts, poison needle, rolling sphere, and sphere of annihilation. So those are their sample traps.
They all speak for themselves. We know exactly what they do.
But you don't know how they work.
I can make stuff up.
They're pretty common. I mean, those have been used in every game. So, but yeah.
Rolling
So,
sphere, run or you get flattened. Sphere of annihilation, don't touch it.
right.
There's no save for that last one.
Right. So, anyways, I think I'm going to end the chat, but we can stay on and talk after. Those of you who are still here or here in the first place, if you want to plug your channels and things like that, I'll go down the line. I'll start with you, Chepe. Fix your mic.
Yeah, I got it. I knew better this time. And I love the comment that Posey left. He's like, Chepe's mixing it up. What was that about anyway?
I have no idea. I just said, aren't you always?
Uh,
I think we were talking about Maid or something. I don't know.
Probably. It was probably Maid. Maid
I
tends to
think
do
it
that.
was because you're combining different role-playing systems together.
Oh, maybe. An hour into it, though, so that would have been at 10. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm Shepard LePepe. My channel's Fun Trodden. I've had a lot of video responses this week. If you like things about game theory, if you like homebrew 5e content, or if you like random styles of gaming, improv-heavy styles of gaming, and interesting little games you may or may not have heard of, like How We Came to Live Here, or Rain and Cridian, then check out my channel.
Or if you like Made the RPG.
Or Made the RPG, because why not? And
Awesome.
I'm apparently stereotypical with all my characters according to Juice, so I will just take that.
No. Did I really say that? I was misspoken. I think you were just being stereotypical with the one character, but that's okay. Next up is Earl T. Gray.
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube, Earl T. Gray, or you can search Crafting Times is kind of the focus of the channel. If you've ever seen DM Scotty or the DMG.info, their channels is terrain building for RPGs. I did a full build of the encounter inside of the Pathfinder beginner box and a couple other random tips. And now my latest project I've foolishly undertaken is taking the basic rule set for the Keep on the Borderlands. That's module B2. And the goal is to have a complete build of the whole thing. The actual keep I hope to do as like the full map of it. The caves, as I'm dreaming and looking at it, I can probably get by with just sort of some dungeon maps with that. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. The other night was up late just reading through the module again and just getting really excited for the possibilities for crafting some of the terrain. And yeah, I checked out the one-shot group again too. Hopefully maybe we can get some sort of 1E game running at some time too. Be fun to do something like that. And yeah, that's what I'm up to these days. It's been fun following Brigade Con. A lot of familiar faces from there too. And Juice, your epically long. I don't know if you've had a chat fewer than like 3 hours.
Nope, this one's 4.5.
Is the record like over 8 hours or something?
Yeah, 8 hours on air. Because we had talked for a half hour before going on air, and it cut you off at 8 hours on air.
Oh, so you like?
It stopped me. It said you can't. I think we ended it like 7 seconds technically for the 8 hour mark.
Oh,
but it
man.
kept giving me warnings that last hour. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, 8 hours.
Hardcore.
I don't know, Juve, you do a lot of hangouts. You just don't broadcast them on your channel.
I usually don't because it's just random stuff that I be talking about. Some of it's about gaming, some of it's about like Japanese anime and whatnot. So maybe I should start doing more live broadcasts.
Just make them live. Tonight I tried to make it a more focused one. I probably went longer than I should have for keeping it focused, but I've done most of mine aren't very focused. It's just whatever people want to talk about. But yeah, and half of most of those ones, I don't even talk. Like people get in here and I start talking, and then once everyone comes in, I just kind of fade away and let them talk and listen, and every now and then I'll throw my part in. But yeah.
Yeah, I might do that. I might do like an epic discussion on get you, Fox, and some other people involved on a Palladium discussion group. See how that goes.
Yeah, you can do it however you want, man. Even if you just do it as a live chat and don't give it a title, just it's a live chat, and just broadcast it. What I've found it does is it lets people see who you really are, and your interests and your personality. And most people like it, I think, and other people say it's too dang long to watch the whole thing, and that's fine too, because I wouldn't watch me talk for 8 hours.
Live chat with a Rex Apocalypse.
Right. So, Juve, do you want to plug your stuff or anything you want to plug?
Yeah, I'm currently, I have the Rex Apocalypse 8186 on YouTube. What else I got going on? I got that. I'm currently doing a Splicer game. Heavily into Palladium books at the moment. Looking at the bridge and some other stuff once I can like concentrate and actually read through manuals. But yeah, and I'm just an overall gamer, geek, anime nerd.
Good deal. And then how about you, Mitchell? Anything you want to plug?
Yeah. I'm not going to do the epic poem that I usually do whenever I close my videos now. I'm Mitchell Grubbs. I run Tinho Mitchell. Mostly roleplay related stuff. Content has been rather scarce thanks to finals, but I got to get a job, and I require in-depth knowledge in a particular field. So once finals are over, though, you can expect my videos to skyrocket. So that's gonna be fun. I'm with Juve Splicers group. Currently, that's one of my few games that I'm fully in. Otherwise, with Barker. And currently, interesting, Juve and I are creating the demo kit for Splicers for Palladium, so that's going to be
interesting.
Yeah.
Very cool. And then how about you, Robert, Mr. Ogre?
Yes. My name is Robert Ogre. My channel is Robert Ogre. I play in lots of games, and I haven't been running too many lately, but next year is going to be a lot better. Mostly do RPG stuff, mostly Palladium. I've been getting into D&D lately, and other things. But yeah. I got some funny videos. I got some serious videos, some stupid videos, whatever. Just watch it.
Awesome videos.
They're just entertaining.
Your Halloween specials were fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, probably in a couple days I'll be putting up the Thanksgiving one. I got to go through like hours of footage.
Then you have to do Christmas too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I haven't been.
Although we could make your one shot, like the made one shot, because of your character, Robert, the Christmas special.
Yep.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. Well, I'm Juice, and we were talking about the Dungeon Master's Guide tonight. We tried to stay focused on it. We did a pretty good job staying on topic. But yeah, be sure to check out my website, rpgjuice.com. I have a blog up there. Hopefully going to have a podcast soon. I have my Got Juice shirt up there. Check out my Patreon, Twitter, and Facebook page. Also, like I said, the Tabletop RPG One-Shot group. We need someone to get up on there and play or run First Edition for Earl T. Gray. We need people running niche games for Chepe. We need people running more Palladium games for Juve and Robert Ogre and Mitchell.
I am working on Fate Accelerated, some Fate Accelerated one-shots. I was actually going to ask Robert if he was interested.
Sure.
I like
everything. Jeez.
No,
I know. I'm just trying to help you guys get your people in there. That's all.
Hey, Robert, how does... crap, what was it? Yeah. Oh. How does Neo-Victorian Biopunk Paris sound?
Biopunk?
Yes. Dark Deco Neo-Victorian Biopunk Paris.
Is that a
Sounds
thing?
great.
All those three things are a thing, but I'm putting those three things together.
Sounds good.
It's always been a
It's
dream
like
of mine.
you are catering to like the extreme niches here.
That's
Yeah.
all my gaming is. Have you
Got it.
seen my shelf? I need to do a video on that one of these
You
days.
need to show off all of your games tonight or tomorrow, Chepe. I
Not
want to see
tomorrow.
your
I'm
game.
working on my. I need to get this freaking next reimagining done and these sorcerer stuff, and I still got 2 more video responses to do.
I need more niche in my life, Chepe. I need to see all of your obscure books that sold 2 copies about techno Vikings with, I don't even know, leprechaun samurais or some crap. I need to see it.
It's actually not as bad. I'm pretty sure Fox's collection would be a lot more niche than mine would be.
Is it as big as yours, though?
No, mine's not very big at all.
Oh, it's not.
Fox has
Yeah,
hot
that's
guys-
because I invested so much in freaking Pathfinder and never really played it, or never really
Yeah.
got to do a full campaign with it. And
Yeah,
I
I
need to sell that
invested
so I
a
can
lot
buy
in
more of
Pathfinder.
my niche games, and then I'll have my full collection, and then I'll show you, Juice. That's what will
Well,
happen.
I'll put it this way: if you're selling any of the Pathfinder stuff, I'd be interested. 'Cause I'm looking to
I'm
get a
selling
copy.
too.
We're selling Pathfinder stuff.
We'll both sell, and we'll try and. I guess we're gonna bid ourselves down with Juve buying from us.
Well, I need the core rule book. Oh,
Got
I
it.
need the stuff in order to like play the game because I
I won't
have
get rid of
some-
my core book. That's the only one I mean, there's a
I
couple
will
books I won't get rid
happily
of.
sell you my core book. I do not want it, and I will happily sell you all my third-party material, all my niche Pathfinder stuff, in one bundle.
all
That's
then.
right. Even when I do a generic game, I do it niche. I can't not be niche ever.
You wanted that
Well,
techno
also-
magic gun that happened to shoot rainbows that exploded on impact?
Hey,
Probably
Juve,
that.
Actually,
I will sell you all non-niche official Pathfinder material, but not the core rulebook because I might play it again someday. I just won't run it.
Okay, I will talk to the wife and discuss how much we're looking at buying up everything. I'm gonna have like probably a new shelf of stuff. But
Right.
yeah,
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up my list. I don't know where it's at. It's in one of my emails, and I have
I
multiple.
got a
email
list
accounts.
on my status right now. Juve, since we're friends on Facebook, you should be able to see it.
You know, it will be interesting to see how many people follow suit and kind of jump ship from Pathfinder to 5th edition, because for a while Pathfinder's been outselling
Fourth
D&D
edition.
for a number of years.
Paizo's generally been a better attitude about how they deal with their customers. I would say that's probably one of the bigger issues.
Yeah.
this
Also, it
is
wasn't
all
4th
of my
edition.
current Palladium books that's over here. Mine is 2 or 5 or 6 of them, and then I have another bookshelf.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
gonna say that's about how big my Palladium books collection is right there.
See, I would buy Palladium books, except I would never bring myself to actually run Palladium. So,
You don't think so?
probably not.
How come?
It's just, it was fun to play. That's about it. I don't think I really want to spend the money or the time going through the formatting of the books.
Yeah, and some books are worse than others.
Oh. It's the same thing.
I'm
My issue with
posting in
World
the
of
chat
Darkness.
bar
I
the
love the
books.
settings. I love the settings of like 2 World of Darkness books,
Right.
but I don't like the system.
I'm posting in the side the books I was selling. I don't remember which ones I've already sold. I sold a bunch of them on Wednesday, but here they are.
That's one thing we do need to see, though, a little more in the brigade is more White Wolf stuff.
We need
there's
a lot more stuff thrown in there.
There's a lot of White Wolf people, and there's just not been all that much content about it recently. There was a while there that was like the mainstay within the brigade.
Yeah, because I really
Yeah.
want to play Mage of the Ascension.
I actually saw
It's
a character.
actually one of the things Andrew wanted to run.
There's my list of books for sale on the side, and I don't have a price per se, but that's how much they are brand new. So, there you go.
Jesus